Can you hear me now? Try it now, see if it sounds better. I'm showing that I've got audio. It's picking it up. Hello? Okay, all right. Thank you for letting me know that it actually works. It's the weirdest thing. Your audio ain't matching your visuals, son. It's the weirdest thing. I've been gone for 2 weeks, as you know, and I come to get the stream started, and it tells me that my Streamlabs has the connection with YouTube or whatever has expired, so I have to set it back up. So I do, and I go through my usual thing of going to YouTube and setting it to be ready to accept a live stream. And then I come to Streamlabs, and instead of instantly connecting to what I set up in YouTube, it opens up a pop-up asking me if I want to set up a new event, and so I have to type it all in Streamlabs and then connect. And then I come in here, and my saturation was all wrong, so I had to go in and change my saturation, and then my HyperX was listed in my sources, but when I opened it up, it was set to default for the device instead of the actual HyperX. So a whole bunch of my settings in Streamlabs were all screwed up from when the last time I was logged in. I don't know how or why. Freaking stupidity. But, at least y'all can see me and hear me now. Shit. Well, might as well get started. It's just 1 minute difference, so we'll go ahead. It is Saturday. It is 6 o'clock, February 27th, 2021, and this is the 7th Cast. As always, I am your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is off in his room doing what 8th does. I don't really have any set topics today, aside from just explaining where I've been. I haven't been on here in a few weeks, and that's because first, as you guys know, I had to put 8th's dog to sleep, and so I did stream that night. And then the week after that, I was feeling sick, and then the week after that was the snowstorm and the ice storm. And so by the time I made it through that week, I was freaking exhausted, and so I just I did. I had power back and everything Saturday, but I just didn't feel up to it. And plus, the internet speed hadn't really recovered yet. So I just didn't want to do it. So here I am back today. The good news is that I have managed to find 8th a puppy. It's $400. It's not a purebred. It's a Chihuahua Terrier kind of mix, a little bit of a Heinz 57 puppy. Both of the parents are under 20 pounds, so it's not like it's going to be a big dog. And the thing of it is that it's only 4 weeks old at this point, so I have to wait until March 31st when she's weaned before I can go pick her up. Got a girl this time. That was what 8th wanted. He was like, I want to see if maybe getting a female is a calmer, more mellow dog than getting a male. And so I'm going to go get a female, and it's going to be completely 8th's responsibility. He has to train it. He has to take it for walks. He has to feed it. He has to clean up after it, etc., etc., etc. I'm not having anything to do with it. It's not going to be my dog. The only time that I'm going to watch it is if 8th goes back to work and he needs someone to watch the dog while he's gone, and then the dog can hang out with me. Otherwise, dog's not hanging out with me. It needs to imprint with 8th. It's his dog. Needs to imprint with him. So is what it is. And that's pretty much it. That's all I've been up to. I haven't really been playing too much in the way of games. there was a fun one that I played earlier today that I found on PSN for $5. Let me get the name of it. I tweeted about it, but of course a bunch of y'all don't follow my Twitter. Let me see here. What was the name of that thing? What was the name of that thing? Come on, scroll down. Thunder Flash. Basically, if you like run and gun games like Akari Warriors, Commando, Time Soldiers, Guerrilla War, Heavy Barrel, that kind of thing. Rambo on Sega Master System. If you like those kind of games, then you'll like Thunder Flash, because that's exactly what it is. It plays just like those. And it's $5. So, price is right. I played it for about an hour today, and that was the first time I sat down and actually played anything in a good little bit, just because I've been so overworked that I just haven't felt like, once I get off work, I haven't felt like gaming, because they're just working me to death. And that's even including the fact that I work from home. I sit in here and I work for 8 to 9 hours, and 10 hours if you include a lunch. And then I get off work, shut everything down, and I just don't feel like going in and putting any time in a game. It's been that way for a couple of weeks now. But I spent about an hour playing that one today, and I earned like 60% of the trophies for it in about an hour. It's a Ratalaika game. They're kind of known for that, but it's fun. It's fun. 7th, thoughts on Chicago trying to ban Grand Theft Auto 5. I read an article about that. I think it's stupid. There's been multiple studies that have confirmed that video games do not, for the most part, inspire real-world violence of any type. When they're, it's trying to use Grand Theft Auto as a scapegoat for the problems that are going on up in Chicago. And anyone with half a brain knows that the crime problems that are going on in Chicago don't have anything to do with Grand Theft Auto. Not even close. Thoughts on game development winding down over at one of Sony's oldest first-party studios, Sony Japan. Sony Japan hasn't been involved in too much as far as like making their own crap in a long time. You have that sub-branch of that team that is responsible for Astrobot. And then you had a team that were basically a support team for other studios. They're still around. But the ones that made Ape Escape and back in the day, and stuff like what's the name of it? Move Sports Champions and all that kind of stuff. They haven't had a hit financially in years. So, I'm not surprised that they're basically chopping this company up, and they're only keeping the ones that have been actually beneficial and put out something that actually made an impact. And before you start screaming Bloodborne was made by From Software, and the people at Sony Japan were basically just the intermediaries, the go-betweens between From Software and the Sony executives. That's basically all they were, was just, our bosses want this, implement this. Our bosses like that, they don't like that. That's pretty much what their involvement, including the producer who left the company. The guy that the Xbots are screaming about that left, who's listed as the producer of Bloodborne, he was not the mastermind behind the game. He was a glorified gopher between Sony and FromSoft. Bloodborne is a FromSoft game, okay? All they got from Sony Japan was instructions from Sony's higher-ups and some assistance and integration with PS4's various systems like trophy support and blah, blah, blah. That's it. Let's see here. 7th, have you ever seen the Alien movie Dark Skies? It has J.K. Yeah, I saw it a long time ago. I didn't think that much of it. 8th don't like it either. 8th don't like it either. I'll tell you one that I watched today, though, that I was kind of surprised by. And I had 8th watch it with me because he's more of an authority on this series than I am. I watched the movie of Monster Hunter. It's not a particularly intellectual film, and it doesn't delve a tremendous amount into the lore of the game series. But it was a hell of a lot better than any of the Resident Evil movies that team made. It wasn't that bad. I was kind of shocked. It wasn't that bad. Sure, it takes some liberties with bringing, Americans or, U.S. soldiers over into this parallel dimension or whatever. But the monsters from the game that are in the movie look like the ones from the game. The little cat chef guy has the same moves as the little cat chef guy in Monster Hunter World. The Admiral is in it. That's Ron Perlman's character. Tony Jaa is in it, and he's great in it. And he plays I can't remember. He's like he's represented in the game. But the guy that he represents in the game, I can't remember what his role is. It was like team leader or something like that. So it has actual characters from Monster Hunter World in it. It has actual weapons from Monster Hunter World in it and some of the older games. And even 8th, who is kind of a stickler when it comes to video game movies. There's only been a small handful that he's actually liked. One of them was Sonic the Hedgehog. The other one was Silent Hill, the original Silent Hill, not the sequel. And he was like, well, they didn't really cover much of the lore at all, but just as far as having the right weapons and having the right monsters and, having the ships that sail across the sand, yeah, this is Monster Hunter. And then he took me back into his room to show me Monster Hunter World, because again, I hadn't played it that much. And he was showing me where, the movie pulled that from here, the movie pulled that from there. And then we went into an event, and they've actually incorporated the movie into the game. So there's an actual event where you can play as Captain Artemis, Mila's character from the movie. And so now Capcom has basically made the movie canon. So yeah, it's not like the greatest thing ever, I wouldn't even go so far as to say that it's as good as the World of Warcraft movie, which I like the World of Warcraft movie, but I was somewhat familiar with the storyline and the characters and everything that it drew inspiration from, so I understood it a lot more than most people probably would have. That being said, it wasn't terrible. I was expecting it to be a complete disaster, and it's, not that bad. It's got some good fights in it, some good CG. The acting in it is good. Mila actually has kind of a rapport with Tony Jaa, and they clown around and cut around, and, I don't really have that much bad to say about it, aside from the fact $20 from Solid Rev. Holy crap. Thank you, Solid Rev. I was totally not expecting that. Solid Rev has never donated to me in 11 years, so I'm kind of shocked. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. You never invited me onto the 7thCast neither. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, is it worth the $20 that I paid for us to watch it? Not really. Not really. I could have There's much better movies that you can watch for $20, but it was fun. Me and Eighth had a good time watching. Far better than any of the Resident Evil movies anyway. But I will tell you a great one that I watched last night. And it's very rare that I would make this kind of a recommendation, but I'm just going to do it. There's a movie called The Professor and the Madman. And I'm warning you, this is a Mel Gibson movie. So if Mel Gibson movies are offensive to you now, you don't want to watch it. Because it's all Mel Gibson. And he's using his William Wallace Scottish accent too. But it's based on a true story. It's about the guy who kickstarted what eventually became the Oxford English Dictionary. And he was assisted by a guy who was nuts and was in an insane asylum for having murdered a person whom he thought was someone else breaking into his room. He killed an innocent man. And he spent the rest of his life regretting what happened and hating himself and all this. But through mail correspondence, he ends up assisting the guy trying to write the dictionary to write the dictionary. And it's all based on a true story. And that movie it's kind of like watching... It's almost like watching The Green Mile. It will nut kick you right in the feels. You know, I don't get overly emotional. I think the last time I ever shed a tear in a movie was E.T. when I was 7 years old. But that one got me a little tight in the chest a couple of times. Just a little tight in the chest. Very good film. It's extremely good. Yes, solid. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's $20 that'll go towards the other $200 that I owe for Eighth's puppy. Because I paid a $200 deposit. I got to pay the other $200 when I go to pick it up. And then, of course, I've got to take it straight to the vet and get its vaccination shots. And I got to buy it a puppy bed. And I got to buy it heartworm pills. And I got to buy all this other crap. So anything that I earn tonight, all of it will go towards... Eighth's little puppy thing. That's what it'll go towards tonight. Because taking that dog to the vet and having it put down was not easy. It was not easy. Because the only thing that was wrong with that dog was his hind legs. His hind legs wouldn't work. Everything else on that dog worked just fine. But he couldn't walk. And he knew when we put him in the car where we were going, and he did not want to be there. And he whined and he begged and he pleaded to not be taken up there. And then for us to just open the car door and give him to them and bye-bye. Not easy. Not easy. Not easy at all. That dog had been with Eighth since he was 2.5 years old. And it all started when he was an adult puppy, but it started when he was maybe 2 or 3. We had moved into that new house in North Carolina, and my ex-wife would let him run up the stairs and be with her on the 2nd floor. And I kept telling her, don't take that dog upstairs. Leave it down here. And she wouldn't listen. And so one day he goes trying to run down the stairs and he trips over his own feet and he falls down the stairs and hurts his back. And he had issues for the rest of his life, to the point where by the time we moved here to Texas, he was starting to develop a hunch in his towards his hindquarters. So he had like doggy hunchback. And it got to the point where he was walking slower and slower. Everything else about him was fine, but his walking got slower and slower and slower. And then towards the last 2 weeks of his life, his hind legs would just slide out from under him and he'd fall flat. And then he'd struggle to get his hind legs back under him and on their feet. And then the last week of his life, all of a sudden, one of his front paws curled in like this and wouldn't flatten out to walk on it. So he was hobbling around on the knuckle of that paw, and meanwhile his hind legs would still slide out. And then finally, the last 2 days, he just couldn't get his feet up anymore, and all he could do was sit there, whining in frustration because he couldn't follow anybody around. And I had to do what I had to do. That's no life for a dog. That's no life for a dog. And it just wasn't easy. So again, thanks, Rep. I appreciate it. The rules of the podcast, of course, for new viewers is as follows, although I don't really see any new viewers in here. It's a 3-hour podcast, runs from 6 to 9 p.m. And this can be extended by donation. If a total of 50 gets donated, I stay till 10. 75, I stay till 11. If I hit $100 or more, I stay till midnight for a whoppingly and ass-exhaustingly long 6-hour podcast. It's not unheard of. It has happened before. That being said, let's continue on. So, let's see. Let's try to catch up with some of the questions here. Hey, 7, thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Remake being this month's PS Plus game? I already have it, so that don't do nothing for me. Thoughts on game development? I already answered that one. I already answered that one. Can you explain the Shocker movie? The Shocker movie was basically Wes Craven trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice by having another iconic horror character like Freddy Krueger. But instead of it being a child molesting kitty murderer who's brought back from the dead, it's just a straight up serial killer named Horace Pinker who gets electrocuted in the electric chair. But prior to being electrocuted, he made some kind of deal with the devil. And so when he gets electrocuted, it somehow transforms his soul into electricity. And so he can zap himself anywhere through electrical outlets, come out of the electrical outlet and butcher your ass. That's what Shocker is about. Let's see. And it's not, for a late 80s horror movie, it's not that bad. It's a fun one. It's cheesy as hell, but it's fun. Is PS Plus a better value than Game Pass? As of right now, not really. Not really. Because so much of what is... PS Plus, I'm thinking more PS Now versus Game Pass. PS Plus is more like comparing to Xbox Live. But if PS Plus was combined with PS Now, and PS Now had more than PS2, PS3, and PS4 games on it, then that might be more competitive towards Game Pass. But the thing about Game Pass is, you have 300 or 400 games on it at a time, something like 400 games. When the licenses for those games expire, the game disappears from the system. It's just like Netflix. One week there's a movie there you really want to watch, but you don't have the time. You come back the next week. Oh, well, it's lost its license and now it's over on some other service you don't pay for. It's going to be the same thing with Game Pass. And especially with some of these companies talking about wanting to start their own streaming service. It's going to be what we're dealing with TV and movies all over again, but with games. So for you to have the option to play everything in this glorious digital future, it's just going to be like with Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, blah, blah, Disney Plus, HBO Max. You're going to have to be paying multiple monthly fees to have the option of playing everything that you want to play. Hi, enemy. How likely are the chances of us getting a full-fledged Astrobot game? Considering how well received Astrobot's Playroom was on the PS5, I'd say there's a fairly good chance, especially since those guys didn't get the axe. Did 8th like the Super Mario Brothers movie? Not that I recall, no. Let's see here. Hi, Juggernauts. Do you think anarchism could ever be achieved? Do you believe it's a viable alternative to the state? Absolutely not, and that's a political question. I have a rule on this podcast. I don't get involved in political discussions. Thank you so much. Don't do it again. Hey, 7th, what do you think of the movie Primal Fear? It was all right. I mean, I kind of saw the twist coming very early on, but that being said, Edward Norton gave a good performance, as young as he was when he made that film. Not bad. Another one that I watched while I was away is a really low budget horror comedy called Psycho Goreman. That one was a lot of fun. I got a lot of laughs out of that one in sort of a Turbo Kid kind of way. No, I haven't platted Valhalla. I haven't even finished Valhalla. I'm about 60 to 70% of the way through it. Somewhere around in there, because like I said, I just kind of stopped playing for a while. I just didn't have it in me. Thoughts on the Shin Megami Tensei series? I never got super into them. I played like the original Persona, and I played Persona 2, and I played Persona 4, and I've played a little bit of Persona 5. But like the core Shin Megami Tensei and all that, I had several of them on PS2, but I don't know. I just never really got into the series all that much. Seventh, I think this is obvious, but I think the reason Disney has made WandaVision air every week as opposed to airing it all at once is because they want people to stay subscribed to exactly. They're not going to allow you to marathon anything because they want you to keep paying for the service. So they will keep getting those monthly fees out of you as much as they can. It's not like with Netflix where the whole thing shows up and you can just watch all the way through. I wish it was. What are your thoughts on Mario 3D World? It was okay. Now, I haven't played this re-release on the Switch with the new Bowser Dark Fury or whatever it's called. I haven't played that. I haven't been buying anything at all because except for like this little $5 game here, $5 game there. I haven't been buying anything because I'm trying to finally get out from under a lot of the debt that I've been under over the last many years. I found out that I'm going to be getting a fairly sizable bonus this year. And I'm putting all of that towards debt in an effort of becoming, except for my student loan, completely debt-free within the next 2 to 3 years. And so I figure if I don't start with this now, it'll never happen. So I'm knocking it all out, and as big of especially because I'm going to have to start paying on my student loans again starting in August. My exemptions have run out. I can't put it off anymore. So I have to start paying it in August, and that's going to be over $200 a month. So I'm using my bonus to eliminate $200 a month worth of credit card debt that I pay every month, so that I won't have any loss of monthly income when I have to start paying that student loan again. And once I get all of that other debt paid off, I'm going to take all the money that I had been spending on those credit cards, and I'm going to start doubling up on my car payments. So instead of paying on that car for another 3 years, it'll be a year and a half. And so once I got that paid off, then that's going to make it to where I have almost $2,000 a month left over that I can just throw into anything. And we currently rent this home, and what I want to do is start saving up a down payment to put down on purchasing an actual home, a slightly bigger home than this one, maybe 2,000 square feet, that I can just live in one little corner of it. And then the whole, I'll pick out one room, like maybe the den, and make that my, 7th area. And then the whole rest of the house is 8th's. And so 8th can decorate it any way that he wants. He can use whatever rooms or any of that any way that he wants. And I'll pay the mortgage on it. I'll pay the electricity on it. And, he'll be able to bring his girlfriend over, and they can, eventually get married or whatnot. And I will just be the old man living over in the in-law suite away from them that they'll only ever see when they want to see me. and eventually I'll die and I'll leave the house to 8th, and so he'll never have to go through purchasing a house. He'll already have a house paid for, because by the time I die, he'll get somewhere around $200,000 from my life insurance and all this other stuff, and he can just take all that, pay the mortgage off, and boom, he's free and clear, has no debt, has a place to live, and I will have accomplished my goal of helping him have an easy and solid start into his adult life. So that's what I'm working towards now. Narakami, what I would recommend that you do is, if you work for a company that their only plan for retirement is a 401k, they don't have a pension plan or anything like that you can strive for, just 401k, then I would start opening like a Roth IRA, a retirement IRA, and start putting money in it, so that by the time you're of retirement age, you can essentially retire and live off the interest that you draw off that Roth IRA plus your Social Security or whatever. My Social Security check is going to be, assuming that Social Security survives, my Social Security check is going to be massive, because I started working when I was 16, and I started working full-time when I was 18, and I've worked full-time ever since. And my quarters, if you've ever looked into how Social Security is earned, my quarters are huge. I'm going to have a nice, big, fat Social Security check, if it even still exists by the time I honestly don't think I'll live to be old enough to retire anyway. I think retirement age is 65. I kind of doubt I'll make it that far. But you never know. My great-grandfather lived to be 95. But he was also 6'5" and weighed 180 pounds. So, yeah, I'm not that. I'm not that. Why is Nintendo hesitant on putting Mario RPG on their subscription service? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with it being developed by Square. I don't know. What was your take on the Sam Raimi and Wes Craven rivalry? I don't really think it was a rivalry. I just think that they respected each other's work, and so it just became this kind of, hey, buddy, how you doing? Can you top this? Oh, well, here, have a taste of this. That I don't think it was like a real major rivalry, but more just kind of a friendly competition kind of thing. Thoughts on General M.A.D.? Who? Should I save as much money as I can while I already answered that? Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And as an example, I've never been one willing to invest in stock, because I used to work for a stock brokerage, and I saw how easily people could lose their ass with this stuff. And so I've always been hesitant to invest in stock. I've always been hesitant, especially with cryptocurrency. I don't trust cryptocurrency worth a damn. That being said, had I invested in Bitcoin back when it was $4 $4 a pop, I'd be a millionaire by now. Just saying. Of course, hindsight's always 20/20. If I'd bought Amazon when Amazon first got started, I'd be a millionaire by now. There's a lot of things that if I had only, that I would be, rich beyond the dreams of avarice by now. If anything, if you're afraid of losing money on stock, I would suggest just taking money that you can afford to burn and doing some research into penny stocks, and try to find some penny stocks that look like they could actually blow up. And, you buy a few hundred shares of that, you've spent $50. They're $7-8 a share, or 7-8 cents a share, whatever. You buy a few hundred shares of that, you've spent $50, and then if their product ends up becoming a success and suddenly they're trading at $300 and $400 a share, well, guess what? A good example of that, I can't remember the name of it. There's a solar panel company out there right now that's a penny stock, and they have a new form of solar panels that's made out of a special form of plastic instead of glass. And so they absorb solar energy better. They're easier to replace. They're easier to maintain. They're easier to install. They're easier to clean. They last longer, etc., etc., etc. And once that product goes to market, that's a stock that could skyrocket. Currently, it's a penny stock. You can spend $50 and you'd have, several hundred shares, and you could make a big ass chunk of money on it if it becomes a success. Skinwalker Ranch has already been made into multiple movies, Ultra Steel, including a found footage film, a couple of documentaries, and some other stuff. Now, that's what I'm saying, Salise. You have to really do a lot of studying on penny stocks before you take the risk of investing in one. But again, you can buy a lot of shares of it at pennies on the dollar. And so, you've lost a little bit of pocket money at most if it tanks. You just want to do some research, find out if it's a reputable company, find out when their product's going to hit the market, do some research on it and find out how legit they are, blah, blah, blah. Don't just look at it and say, that sounds like something that everyone will want. No, do your research. Do your research. Because, like I said, I used to work for a brokerage, and I've seen people completely lose their ass. They're, trading on options trading. Options trading can F you over worse than damn near anything when it comes to stock trading. I would not touch trading in options to save my life. Not calls, not puts. Wouldn't do it. No, I haven't watched Willy Wonderland. It looks stupid. And I'm not a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's anyway. So, which it clearly rips off. So, not my kind of thing. It's not for me, sirs. It's not for me. So, what else would you guys like to talk about? I seen the documentary, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what it is, that guy. Have I seen the Bob Lazar doc? Yeah, I wasn't impressed by it. I've seen the documentary. I saw his lengthy interview on the Rogan show. He doesn't convince me. I'm sorry. He just doesn't convince me. No. No. I mined Ethereum. Personally, I would never buy crypto. Mining's the only way I would go. At least if it bursts, I can sell my graphics cards. Yeah, well, I don't even trust it enough to invest in buying graphics cards to try to mine the stuff. No, thank you. Nope. I'll just keep investing in my 401k. My 401k's got like 50 grand in it now, somewhere around in there. Not enough to live off of if I retire, obviously. But, you know, if I eliminate all my debt where I don't have a whole lot to have to pay for, then I could go on Social Security, assuming I live that long, roll my 401k into a Roth IRA, and there you go. Leave all the game buying to 8th at that point. And that's another thing. Assuming the market hasn't dropped completely out of game collecting by that point, when I pass away, if 8th wants to, he can sell all this game stuff, and at its current market value, he'd get close to $40,000 for it. Ultra Steel physical game media is dying already. Everyone's just in denial about it. Everyone points to Stadia saying, see, game streaming isn't going to work. Game streaming is where everyone wants it to go, regardless of whether Stadia succeeded or not. Stadia didn't succeed because no one wants to pay a monthly subscription service for a streaming gaming service where you still have to pay full price for each individual game. It was a stupid strategy, and it failed. Game Pass succeeds because you pay one monthly fee and you get access to a few hundred games. Stadia was not going to succeed because no one wants to pay a monthly fee and pay $60 for the privilege of streaming a game, especially if their internet is not up to the task. Not everybody out there has 1 gigabyte, has 1 gig streaming like I do, or 1 gig internet like I do. What was the last collector's edition I purchased of a game? Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning for the PS4. Yeah, Google's invested in a lot of things where they half-assed it and then just gave it up. I firmly believe the real reason that Stadia even existed was because Google knew that Microsoft were looking to take a big chunk, if not all of their chunk, of the cloud services market, and that they were leveraging their power in the game business as a way of boosting their cloud streaming services. And so Google started Stadia as a way to say, oh, look, we have our own game service too, and just didn't know how to run one. It wouldn't surprise me either if this wasn't the end of Phil Harrison's career as far as being involved in video games. What's your favorite scientific theory? Don't have one. Don't have one. I don't really, kind of thing doesn't really interest me all that much, to be quite honest. Just doesn't do nothing for me. Just doesn't do nothing for me. Oh, man, my neck. I'm having some serious problems with my neck this week. I have never used PlayStation Now. I've just looked at what its library is, and most of what's in its library, I already own the physical copies of them, so it doesn't benefit me even at $9.99 a month. It doesn't benefit me because most of it is shit I already have. Stadia was a joke. Yes, it was a joke. Yes, it was a joke. If it had been like Game Pass where you paid a monthly fee and you got access to every game they had in their library, that might have been one thing, but that's not what it was. And it's like, why should I pay for a streaming service when and pay $60 for digital versions of games when I can buy a PS4 and wait till the game is 6 months old and buy a physical copy for $20? What is the benefit to your service aside from not having a console sitting under my TV? The answer to that question is nothing. There was no benefit to it. Not at all. Now, it's entirely possible that Microsoft or Sony is looking to use PlayStation Now as their version of backwards compatibility. So it would not surprise me to see them loop PS Now into a bundle with your PlayStation Plus subscription and turn it into basically their version of Game Pass Ultimate, where you're paying $14, $15 plus tax a month, and you just get all of it included in there. Then you'd be able to play all those PS3 backwards compatible games and all their PS2 games and all their PS1 games, but you once again you go back into the licensing thing. They're not going to have every game, just like Xbox Series. Even if you have the physical game, that doesn't guarantee that it's going to work, because now I don't own an Xbox Series X yet, but my suspicion is that you're not actually playing the game off the disc. I think it works the same way as backwards compat worked with Xbox One. You stick the game in, it scans it, confirms that it's a physical copy of the game, and then it downloads a patched version of the game that's been patched to run on the hardware. So it's not true backwards compatibility. It's basically almost like a form of software emulation. That it's just that it's running these repatched versions that have been patched to work in higher resolution with higher frame rate and all that kind of thing. But then again, you run into issues where for them to do that with every game, it means they would have to enter into new licensing agreements with the companies that published those games, because of course they're going to want to make their money off of anyone that chose to buy one of these old games as opposed to having already owned it. And that's why you don't see 100% backwards compatibility on any system right now, because they can't afford to pay all the licensing fees to bring the entire library in. And especially not with Sony when you look at the size of the PS1, PS2, PS3, and PS4 libraries. Now, sure, you've got most of the PS4 library because the same, it's got compatible architecture. But PS3, PS2, PS1, that's like 6,000 games right there, at least. Probably more. GeForce Now, it's kind of the same. They're in the same boat in that, what good is their service if they can't get all the games on it? Thoughts on half-assed game console releases this generation? Xbox XS, no true exclusives. PS5 with disabled NVMe slot, etc., etc. Well, part of the reason that slot was disabled when the system came out was because there weren't any drives that could, at the time of its release anyway, that were at the same level of speed. But there are drives at that speed out now, so I don't know why you're having to wait until the summer before you unlock that. They ought to be able to unlock it now so people can go and buy those drives. But it hasn't affected me one way or the other, because the only thing, most of what I've been playing on my PS5. Most of what I've been playing are PS4 games that I never got around to. And I'm not storing those on my PS5. I'm storing those on an external 2 terabyte hard drive. And it runs those games off that hard drive just fine. No problem. Not an issue at all. So right now, I don't need an additional SSD. Can you explain the PS5 not doing well in Japan? It's not doing that well in Japan, and yet it's sold out everywhere in Japan. That tells you what's going on in Japan. It's not doing well in Japan because Japan got the short end of the stick when it came to allocating where they were going to ship manufactured units. I would say that they sent the majority of the units they were able to manufacture to the US and Europe. And Japan got the short end of the stick. How else can you explain that you have these news stories? Oh, the PS5's not selling good in Japan at all, but it's sold out everywhere. You will not find a picture of a bunch of PS5s sitting collecting dust unsold in a Japanese game store. They don't exist. Why? Because every time they get systems in, people rush in and buy them. There's been footage of people rioting trying to get a PS5 at a Japanese game store. Happened just a couple of weeks ago. It's because Sony, knowing that the Japanese console market has shrunk over the years because Japan has become more of a mobile gaming community, they chose to prioritize markets where console gaming was still a big deal. So they prioritized Europe and the United States. And that's why Sony's sales in Japan have not been that great, because there's nothing to buy. PS5 only achieved its speed due to file compression, blah, blah, blah. Actually, limited. Don't care. It plays the games that I want to play. They're in 60 frames per second for the most part. And the games load fast. So I don't care. Look, console war people, they can sit and debate specs all you want. I don't care. I never have, really. What I care about is whether it has games that I want to play on it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. With the exception of the Super Nintendo, the most powerful hardware has never won a single hardware generation. It's always been the one with the best library. With the exception of the Wii. Because the Wii did not have the best library. It's always been the one with the best library. And or the best price. That's why the Wii won out. Because it was a fad. And it had a cheap price. In the middle of a recession. But you look at 8-bit, NES, weaker than the Sega Master System. Had the better library because Nintendo were bastards. 16-bit generation, it looked like the Genesis was going to be the winner for a long while. Genesis backed out early to get into the 32-bit market. Super Nintendo won. Super Nintendo was the most powerful hardware. 32-bit generation, it was the weakest hardware of the lot, the PlayStation 1. The next generation up from that, the 128-bit generation, because with the exception of Nintendo, they skipped 64-bit. It was the weakest one of the bunch, the PS2. Then you get to the next generation after that, you had the Wii. Then you get to the next generation after that, the PS4 was the most powerful at launch, but by the end of the generation, it was the weakest, and it still won. Power don't mean shit. It's the library. The library, the library, the library, price, price, price. And if Microsoft can manage to up the library of Game Pass to the point where it's so huge that it doesn't matter how many exclusives Sony can crank out, then the Series X could win this generation. Not necessarily in sales, but in as far as active users. Because by that point, Microsoft really is transitioning to not be in the console market anymore. They want to be cloud services, game subscription service. And so then at that point, you're looking at, instead of looking at hardware sales, you're looking at how many people are subscribed to the service. And when you've got people that are subscribing to it, that are playing on their Xbox, they're playing on their phone, and they're playing on their PC, Sony is going a different direction from that. So it, as far as who wins this generation, it's going to be kind of hard to gauge that. You're not going to be able to look at just library and sales anymore. You're going to have to look at library, sales, Metacritic scores, how well games sold, how many people have played those games, how many people are subscribed to their subscription services. Is going to factor in a whole bunch of things. Supposedly, Naughty Dog are working on some kind of new sci-fi game. I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard the same thing with... I heard a rumor that Sony Santa Monica were working both on the new God of War, and they had revived that canceled sci-fi game from a few years ago. Now, the artwork that I've seen for this new Naughty Dog game, it doesn't really look sci-fi to me. It looks more like some kind of a fantasy thing. It had like dragons and stuff in it. 7th, what's the most annoying video game character? Your mom. I'm just kidding. Most annoying video game character. Bubsy. Xbox Game Pass would have to share active with PC players. Exactly. They could win by number of consoles sold, but that's not something that Microsoft is paying attention to as much as people think they are. They're looking at subscriber count. They're not looking at hardware sold. Otherwise, they wouldn't have cut themselves in half by splitting their market share up between two models of the hardware. Their consoles are Trojan horses to get people to sign up for Game Pass. That's all the Series X and the Series S are. And eventually, sooner or later, Sony will attempt to follow suit. The question is, when? It's just a matter of time. Because remember, it wasn't that long ago that, the guy before Jim Ryan always shot down porting exclusives to PC. And then when Jim Ryan first came to power in Sony, in PlayStation, he was like, we believe in generations in regards to cross-gen releases. And he said, we're not looking to be porting. We believe in exclusives. We don't look to be porting. And now, just a few months later, you've got all of the game. Most of the games so far are being released on both PS4 and PS5. And older PS4 games are getting ported to PC. Both are things that Microsoft did first. And Sony are watching them. It seems to be working for Microsoft, and so they're following suit to get that extra green. How would you improve the Mario 35th Anniversary Collection? I don't know. I can't say that I even remember what all is on it. Can't really remember what was on it to begin with. I know we bought it, but I don't remember what was on it because I don't play on the Switch that much. It's mostly 8th playing on it. We only have one Switch. I wanted a Switch Lite, but every time I have $200 lying around to buy myself a Switch Lite, I end up having to spend it on something else. Thoughts on the reignited rumor of the Switch Pro? If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. You know, I'll buy one eventually. But I mean, right now, the Switch is doing well enough in sales that they don't really need a Switch Pro. Because the people who play Switch don't care about its hardware power. They just care about whether or not, and they don't care whether the graphics, how well the graphics look compared to the other systems. They just care about whether the games are fun. I mean, think about it. If you just from graphics alone, if you took Breath of the Wild and you set it next to an old game like Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Zero Dawn makes Breath of the Wild graphically look like shit. Nintendo fans don't care. They don't care. You had Nintendo fans that for several years continued to play their NES instead of buying or a Genesis. And, you know, the Super Nintendo, they didn't rapidly switch over to it. There were still games coming out for the NES up until around 1995. Because they didn't care. All they cared about was if they had fun playing the games. For me, I include Super Mario. Yeah, Super Mario, I remember now, it had Galaxy 1, but not Galaxy 2. 8th was especially pissed about that one because 8th likes Galaxy 2 better than Galaxy 1. So, yeah, it would definitely need to have Galaxy 2. And at the time, I remember now, I was like, why do they have Mario Sunshine on here, but not 3D World? Well, now we know why. Hi, Short Round. It's James Bond 007, not 00 negative. Uh-oh. Hold your ears, folks. We have 2 hours remaining. We are $30 away from the 10 o'clock extension. So if I make another $30 in the next 2 hours, I have to stay 3 hours instead of 2 hours. So if there's anybody out there that wants to see me for more than another 2 hours, $30 needs to be dropped into here. Moving along. Any suggestions for a recently released JRPG that is fun and has a good story? I haven't played any recently. Like I said, most of what I've been playing is PS4 stuff. So, you know, I will tell you, Celise, the game that I would like to buy if I had $60 to spend on it, and that would be Ys 9. I would buy Ys 9 if I had the money to spend on it right now. But I don't have $60 to spend on it, so I'm not buying it. But if I was going to go out and buy a new JRPG today, it would be Ys 9. So there you go. Yes, I've played Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Let's see here. I was hoping GoldenEye would be released in remastered HD. GoldenEye was cool for its day. I don't know. I think it would have to have a complete remake and not just a remaster for it to modernize it so the gameplay is updated. Because that gameplay is out of date as hell. J.A. Allen, 7th. Glad you and your family are safe and sound. I'm glad too. And I'm glad you didn't have any serious problems. Of course, you were up in North Carolina. You weren't down in the Lone Star State. With all the problems that they were not prepared for nothing, man. They didn't have trucks for dropping sand. They didn't have sand. we didn't have as much problem with the power as other people did. We did have some power problems. Our biggest thing was the water. They shut our water off, and we didn't have water for days. And so I was trying to conserve water, both our drinking water. We couldn't take showers. We couldn't flush our toilets. I really learned how good at multitasking I am, and how ambidextrous I am, because I learned how to piss in a cup and shit in a bag at the same time. But I was trying to conserve drinking fluid so much because, we weren't expecting to get hit with this storm. So we only had like a few bottles of water and some 2 liters of Coke Zero, and that's all we had. And like half a jug of tea. I was working so hard to conserve drinking fluids that I accidentally dehydrated myself and ended up with a bladder infection. So it wasn't fun, but we made it through it. Yes, sir. Are you going to see the Snyder Cut? Absolutely. I'm going to see it on HBO Max. Yes, yes. Even though I don't agree with their decision to release it in it's not letterbox. It's not widescreen. It's in 4:9 or whatever. And the reason being was because he wants to be able to screen it at IMAX theaters, and for some reason that meant that it had to be in standard definition instead of widescreen, 4:3. Not 4:9, 4:3. And so, I'm going to have to put up with that. I think that sucks. But yeah, me and 8th are going to watch it. And then on the 31st, we're going to watch Godzilla versus King Kong. Really looking forward to that one. We're looking forward to that one more than the Snyder Cut, to be honest with you. Nah, just flooding rain for a month straight. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. You hate to hear it. Again, Jeff, I'm sorry I haven't uploaded that video yet. There's just been a lot going on. I seriously considered not streaming tonight, but that would have been 2 weeks in a row, and I don't do that because I was tired. I'm still tired because I've been working all week to try to catch us up from where we had so many people that were out of work the previous week, including myself. I was out of work 4 days out of last week. Luckily, I had paid leave for it, but we just had a whole ton of work to try to get caught up on this week, and they've been working me to death. And I was pretty tired, and I was like, I don't really want to do it tonight. And then I remembered that I already didn't do it last week, and I always try to avoid not streaming 2 weeks in a row. But I have all the footage. I just need to put it together into a video and upload it. I'm going to try to do that tomorrow and upload it on Monday if I can. So, sorry, Jeff. Would you, thanks, Ultra Seal. Would you be open to debating who? Yeah, from video, that snowstorm looked crazy. Yeah. Are you Team Godzilla or Giant Monkey? I want Kong to win. Don't even worry about it. Glad to get it to you when it did. Thank you, sir. There was a lot of stuff. A lot of cool stuff. A lot of stuff that is getting used more by 8th than by me right now. He snatched those PSPs and that Vita up as soon as he saw them. He grabbed all of the Vita games and the PSP games too. He left the PS3 to me, but he took the PS2 because I already have the original model up there. I have both the original model and a slim model. He didn't have the original model, so he took that one for himself. The only thing that I kept out of it was the magazine and the PS3. And I have the PS3 sitting right next to the PS5 in the main game room. And I'm eventually going to get it hooked up and test it all out. But I really don't want to use it that much because I don't want to burn out any of the components and have to buy replacement components and repair anything in it. So, it's just going to be kind of a special event type of thing and just have, a seat of honor in the main game room. Yes, Shadow Deist, I can see you. Do you ever think the original OLED Vita will become a collector's item? Probably not, because the newer model Vita is so easy to get a hold of nowadays. Even gave you original PS2 memory card. Yes, you did. Which we didn't. We didn't have that many PS2 memory cards, so that came in handy. Were you able to unlink them all? Yeah, it's all been unlinked. Everything's been re-signed over into either my account or 8's account. Thoughts on the Tom and Jerry movie? I made it 20 minutes into that thing and turned it off. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. The movie is primarily about Chloe's character, who's kind of a grifter con woman that cons her way into a job at a hotel, and all the stuff that she has to put up with trying to plan for this celebrity wedding at the hotel. And while she's doing all that, every now and again you'll see, Tom chasing Jerry down the hallway, and that's pretty much all it is. And it's just not good. On top of that, I think it would have been better if they had gone for a CG look instead of CG pretending to be cartoon look, because, no one ever explains why every animal in the movie looks like a cartoon instead of a regular animal. So it's conceptually dumb, and it's boring because Tom and Jerry are just side characters to the human characters in it. So I was bored out of my mind, and 20 minutes into it, I'm like, I can't take this shit no more, and I turned it off. Why do you think Sony is hinting at a new portable device? I think it's because they're either going to come out with some kind of a portable platform for streaming your games, your PS5 games to your phone, or they're going to come out with a add-on to the PS5 that allows you to stream your PS5 games to a handheld device. If they come out with anything at all, I don't think it's going to be a true dedicated handheld with its own library. It's just basically going to be a portable screen / controller that you can stream your PS5 games that are in your PS5 library down to it via 5G. I really don't think that Sony wants to put any of their development houses on making separate games for a handheld device. I think it's just going to be their answer to the Switch by way of, here's a mobile device where you can play your PS5 games. I think that's what, if it comes out at all, that's what it's going to be. From Jeff, I don't know if Sony even knows what a good portable would be. Maybe they can research the community. Well, like I said, with Microsoft buying up all these studios, I don't think that they want to take any of their current development studios and set them aside, having them make handheld games for a new handheld. They want them making blockbusters for the PS5. And so that's what I think that they're thinking about doing, is just making some kind of thing that would act as an equivalent for the Switch for the PS5 and gives you a portable device option for playing your PS5 games on the go. That's what I think it is, with possibly an app version that you could download onto a phone and plug into a little phone controller. But yes, I like the Sonic film. Was it the best? No. But for what it was trying to do, I enjoyed it. Do you think the DCEU is just going to be like X-Men films where things cancel out other things, but somehow every movie's canon? It looks that way since Ben Affleck and Cavill are leaving. Well, Ben Affleck backed out a long time ago, but then recently there's been rumors that he was going to have his own Batman movie separate from The Batman with Pattinson that was going to continue his version of Batman. And when it was announced there was a rumor that J.J. Abrams was wanting to make his own Superman film. The same day, Zack Snyder posted a picture of the Superman statue of Henry Cavill and said, "Our Superman." So it's obvious that Zack Snyder is not on board with rebooting it under J.J. Abrams. So if everything's going to hinge on what happens with the Snyder Cut. If the Snyder Cut ends up being this big hit for HBO Max, then you could see this specific version of the DCEU continue. Cavill has already said on multiple occasions that he wants to come back as Superman. Seventh, have you checked out The Boys? Yes, I like that show. I've watched both seasons. Jeff, so you're saying PSN cloud-based framework at the device. That's solid. That's what I'm thinking it would be. I can't see them getting back into another dedicated handheld where they're having to allocate, the 9 studios that they have, taking some of them and saying, hey, make portable games too. I don't see that happening. Do you think Microsoft would buy Sony Interactive? I kind of doubt it. I mean, it's always possible, but I kind of doubt it. J.J. Abrams actually had a script for a Superman movie prior to Man of Steel going into production. I want to say it was called Superman Flyby or something like that. And some of the ideas made it into the Man of Steel script. Like there was a fight scene between Superman and another flying villain that sounds in that script that sounds a lot like the fight between him and Zod in Metropolis, including quote-unquote Matrix-like over-the-shoulder scenes of Superman flying in and punching the villain. That's straight out of J.J. Abrams' script. But it also had a bunch of weird shit in it, like Lex Luthor was actually an undercover Kryptonian who had landed there years before Superman did. And so he knew who Superman was, and so he was working, it was a dumb script. Thoughts on the name for Tom Holland's third Spidey film, Spider-Man No Way Home? I think that pretty much just confirms that it's all tying into this whole multiverse thing. Why were the Superman Returns sequels canceled? Because Superman Returns didn't make enough money. Had a $200 million budget, as I recall, and it made like a little over $200 million. So it made money, but it didn't make enough money to warrant continuing on with it. Are you looking forward to the new Top Gun movie? Not if I have to go see it in a theater, I'm not. Did you like the Army of the Dead teaser? I haven't actually watched it yet. Have not actually watched it. Another thing to think about, Jeff, is if you look at what the Nintendo Switch does and what the Nintendo Switch is, basically it's the Vita 2.0. Because if you took the Vita and you took the PlayStation TV, which was a little box that allowed you to play Vita games on your TV, and you combined them into one device, that's the Vita. Just that you can detach the little controller Joy-Cons. But that's basically what the Switch is. It's a Vita, a more powerful Vita, combined with the PlayStation TV in one thing, and you plug the whole unit into a dock instead of taking the game out and plugging it into a little box that's plugged into your TV. In fact, technically speaking, the Vita has more features on it than the Switch does. But Seventh, you were a fan of the Amazing Spider-Man films? No, I was not. Didn't like either one of them. Have you seen the Lovecraft series? Yeah, it didn't have enough to do with Lovecraft to interest me. I'm so hyped for Matrix 4. I'd go to the theater to see that. I wouldn't. I'm in our current world as it is right now, I'm not interested in stepping foot in a theater. I'm not interested in stepping foot in a theater. Not even a little bit. I had an opportunity today. I was invited by Billy from the Game Chasers to meet them halfway up in New Braunfels for a toy convention and to help them out with some pickup shots for their movie. And I didn't go because I have not been vaccinated and neither has 8th. And I just didn't think it was worth the risk. I hated to do that because they're my friends and I haven't seen them in over a year now. I haven't seen them. Talked to them on Twitter, but haven't seen them in person in over a year. Haven't seen any of my friends in over a year. But it wasn't worth the risk. And so we stayed home. It sucks, but we stayed home. And it's not like I had money to be buying anything at no toy convention anyway. You know what concerns me about Matrix 4, Shadow Deist? That movie is coming to HBO Max this year. There hasn't even been a trailer for it yet. You know, usually a movie that big, we would have seen a trailer for it, you know, a year before it was supposed to come out. And here we are a few months from it coming out, no trailer. That concerns me. And here's another thing. How are they going to explain that the characters' avatars in the Matrix are aged? You know? I mean, is that something that they can choose to not display? Or does the system automatically show their appropriate age as they slowly die to increase the reality of it so that people don't realize that they're living in a fantasy world? I guess that's the explanation. But it's still going to be kind of weird to see old Trinity and old Neo pulling off these wire fu maneuvers and stuff. It's going to kind of be like, you know, if you were to see your grandma do a somersault or some shit, you know. Do you like the film Obsessed from 2011? Don't think I've seen it. You made a smart move, 7th. Don't listen to anyone telling you that you're being too careful. Yeah. 7th, someone recommended me Prospect. Have you seen it? Doesn't sound familiar. I don't know, 7th. I feel like the Nintendo Switch is probably the greatest handheld I've ever played, and I've played pretty much all of them. Well, you know, that's objective. It's objective. It depends on how much Nintendo exclusives mean to you as opposed to anything else. From a third party's perspective, it's a piece of shit. Because even when docked, the Switch versions of third party games, the ones that they get, don't look anywhere near as good as the other stuff. They're just not even close. So maybe it's the best Nintendo handheld. Maybe. But as far as the DS had a massive library of games. The 3DS had a massive library of games. The Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy all had a massive library of first and third party games. The Switch has a few first party games, a few third party AAA games, and then a whole bunch of indies and remakes. So to me, no, it's not the best handheld. Texas is a hot state. There hasn't been snow like that in Texas for like 100 years. Which sucked less, Age of Ultron or the original Justice League? Age of Ultron. I still didn't like Age of Ultron, but I can sit and rewatch Age of Ultron and be less annoyed than I am with Justice League. Justice League just has a whole bunch of really corny and bad stuff in it. Like the thief scene with Batman at the beginning. That looks fake as hell. It's so obvious that it's a film set. The whole Russian family living near where Steppenwolf's headquarters is. It adds nothing to the movie at all. And that was not in the original script. The whole Russian family thing is something Josh Whedon put in there. And it serves no purpose other than for there to be someone there for Superman and or the Flash to save. That's the only reason they're there, is to give a distraction to explain why all the they'd have to keep Superman distracted because he'd be able to stomp the shit out of Steppenwolf on his own with no challenge whatsoever. So they have to take him out of the equation. So they set up this Russian family to be in danger. So Superman would have to leave and go save this family, and increase the challenge of the fight with Steppenwolf. That's the only reason they're in there. And that's just bad script writing. Josh Whedon really shat the bed with that version of Justice League. I mean, I enjoyed it when I went to see it at the theater, but most of it was for nostalgia stuff, like when they started using the Superman original theme music, when they used the Batman original theme music from 1989. Those were the main things that I liked about it, and some of the humor in it. But the more I watched it, the less I liked it. And so now I'm really wanting to see what the original vision of it was. Thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Intergrade? It's DLC. Where's Vincent at? Is he going to have his own DLC for it? I don't know. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it as well as other people seem to. 7th, which Zelda game is better, Minish Cap or Link to the Past? Link to the Past, although I really do like Minish Cap. I still have it for Game Boy Advance, in fact, and I have Link to the Past on SNES. Do you think The Mandalorian will get a third season after all this drama? It's kind of up in the air. I mean, I'd heard some rumors that the guy that played the Mandalorian, can't remember his name now, that he was threatening to quit over them firing Gina Carano. I don't know if that's true or not, but that was the rumor that I heard. Never can tell. They had said before that he had quit because he didn't want to have to wear the mask anymore. And that ended up being a false rumor, so who knows. But I saw a video about it the other day that it was rumored he had quit over Gina being fired. Thoughts on Jackie Chan's Fearless Hyena movie? Never seen it. Thoughts on Kena Bridge of Spirits? It looks fun, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a very long game, and considering it's going to have a $40 price, it probably won't be. I'm guessing maybe 10 to 12 hours of gameplay tops. Certainly not going to be open world. Thoughts on the current chip semiconductor shortage crisis? Well, that's part of the reason why consoles are sold out everywhere. 7th, do you ever see Zathura, Space Jumanji? I saw it the other day. I actually liked it. Yes, Zathura used to be at one point 8's favorite movie. He would put it in his DVD player and set it to loop and just watch it over and over and over and over and over. We had the PS2 game. We also had the Zathura board game, and he'd make me play the board game with him. And I was never like a huge board game person, but he loved board games when he was little. And so I had to play the Zathura board game with him. So yeah, Zathura was a big deal in our house at the time that it came out anyway. Link to the Past is the only good 2D Zelda game. Not true. Minish Cap is good. The original Legend of Zelda is good. Zelda 2 is not good. Zelda 2, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening on the Game Boy is good, and its remake on the Switch is good. Is Final Fantasy X and X2 worth it? I think the first one is. I didn't care for the second one at all. You are definitely right about the Switch not having as much third-party support, but I think it's an awesome portable based on the fact that you can take games like Dark Souls or Skyrim on the go. You have portable PC tablets now that'll play those games. Do you think Cobra Kai will add content from the Karate Kid with Jaden Smith. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Seventh, I recommend you try No More Heroes series. I never cared for it. I didn't like, I played the first one on Wii, and I didn't like that you had to recharge your lightsaber by sitting there and pretending to jerk it off. I just never got into it. I wasn't impressed by the gameplay. The humor was fun, the story was fun, but the gameplay was just kind of bland. Which is worse, the Wii U or the PS Vita? I put a lot more hours into my Vita than I ever put in my Wii U. I'm just saying. I think the Wii U overall had better first-party exclusives because Sony abandoned the Vita too early. But overall, I put a lot more gameplay hours onto my Vita than I ever did the Wii U. It just wasn't my thing. They did nothing for me, sir. Do you think Cobra Kai will end after season 5? I have no idea. It could end with season 3. Who knows? It depends on how successful it continues to be or not be. Really. Are you looking forward to the Nier remake, especially since it's not a platinum game? Not really. I did not like the original Nier all that much, so I doubt I'm going to care that much for the remake. It doesn't play anything like Nier Automata, so no, I probably will not like it all that much. The original Nier was, but I never really got into it that much. Whereas Nier Automata, I played it from start to finish. I never set it down. I platted that game. Thoughts on Ghosts and Goblins? Ghosts and Goblins is good. Ghouls and Ghosts is good. Ghouls and Ghosts 2.5D on the PSP was good. This new Ghouls and Ghosts is crap. The Flash-looking animation sucks. The art style sucks. And from everyone that I've talked to that's played it, there seems to be kind of it's laggier than the original games, and so it makes it more of a pain in the ass to play. So if you haven't bought it yet, I would suggest you not buy it and just stick to the originals. Why do you think the PSP lost to the DS? The DS had a bigger library. There weren't as many developers making games for the PSP, so there wasn't as much to buy. And they marketed it as a PlayStation on the go, but you only had one analog stick. And these were people that bought into it that weren't necessarily used to handheld gaming. And so they were, they didn't like the fact that it only had one analog stick, so you couldn't really play first-person shooters that well on it. And, they should not have marketed it as a PlayStation on the go because the games didn't look as good as PS2. They looked like slightly better PS1 games. They didn't play like PS1 or PS2 because it wasn't dual stick. They shouldn't have even called it a PlayStation. They should have come up with some other name for it. Like Nintendo has Game Boy or DS. They should have called it something like the Sony Go Station or something. Something to separate it more from the PlayStation brand so people would temper their expectations as far as what type of experience they were going to get with it. Have you played Shining Resonance? I own it. I have not played it. But I do own it for PS4. Cobra Kai season. I thought season 2 was the only one that had come out. I thought season 2 was the new season that just came out. The one that takes place after the kid falls and breaks his back on the stairs. Am I remembering that wrong? I guess it was season 3. My bad. Season 1 ended with him, with Johnny's son losing the tournament. Season 2 ended with the kid getting his back. Okay, so they are on 3 seasons. My bad. I enjoy some of the Tales games and other ones I don't. So I'm not, super excited for Tales of the Arise. No. Seventh, do you ever have to not eat within the first 2 hours of waking up because eating would hurt your stomach? Happens to me some of the times. That weird. Usually I don't eat anything for breakfast anyway. I usually only eat dinner. I typically eat once a day. I just purchased the Time Splitters series for my PS3. Good oldies. I don't remember Time Splitters being on PS3. I remember those being on PS2. Seventh, have you ever watched Power? No. I watched Captain Power. I had that song thing happen to me again the other day where I woke up and I had the entire structure of a new song playing in my head, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head. And unfortunately, the only way I can get, when that happens to me and I get a fully formed song in my head, the only way I can get it to stop playing in my head is to record it. And I can't record it right now. I mean, technically I could, but I wouldn't want to because hardware-wise, I'm not ready yet. I've got the new foot pedal, I've got the new audio interface, but I need a new microphone for singing, and I need an additional guitar cable, and I don't have the money to buy those right now. I also need a new set of studio headphones, and that's what's keeping me from recording more music, because yes, I was able to make a song with what I have for Halloween, but it wasn't at the audio quality that I want it to be. And hence why I bought all this stuff, but I'm missing some components. So as soon as I get those components, that'll end up being the first song I do, is the one that's currently trapped in my head and won't leave me alone. Will we see Blockbuster Video return, or is it completely dead? It's dead. What does Eighth want to do for a career, or has he decided to go to college or something? The last time I talked to him, he seemed interested in getting into nursing. That he was kind of steering away from trying to make game dev his actual career and more just something that he did independently, like trying to be the next Notch or something. But as far as like a dependable career, he was looking into being like an RNA. What was your generation's Saturday morning cartoons? Well, when I was real little, it was stuff like Hanna-Barbera's Godzilla and reruns of Johnny Quest and whatnot. And then when I got a little older, it became like the Smurfs, the Snorks, Pole Position, and stuff like that. Then I got a little bit older, like middle school, and it was Mighty Orbots and Captain N, the Game Master, and Real Ghostbusters and stuff like that. And right around then is when I stopped watching them. And not long after that, Saturday morning cartoons ended. But my earliest memory of a Saturday morning cartoon is the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla show. That's my earliest memory of watching a Saturday morning cartoon. And I loved that cartoon so much that I was maybe only 3 or 4 at the time that I saw it. And I told my dad, I want a toy Godzilla. And he had one of his friends on the police department hunt around trying to find out if there was a Godzilla toy to buy. And he ended up finding me that Godzilla toy from the 70s that was part of the whole Super Whatever line from Japan. The one that had like plastic flames that came out of its mouth and had a spring-loaded fist that you could shoot and had wheels on its feet. I had that Godzilla. And the reason I had it was because I wanted a toy of the Godzilla from the cartoon show. But they didn't make toys of the cartoon show, so the only Godzilla toy they could get me was that one from Japan. But I loved it. I carried that thing around like it was a teddy bear. Hi, Rephrase. Do you think PSP Go was a waste of time and money? It was at the time because it was ahead of its time. Hi, video game lover. Do you like the Twilight Zone? I like the original Twilight Zone, and I like parts of Twilight Zone the movie. I haven't liked any of the remakes of Twilight Zone outside of that. Not at all. Not at all. Thoughts about the new screenshots of Halo Infinite? I I guess it looks better. I don't know. I mean, I saw them posted on Twitter and I looked at them and I didn't really see anything different. I'm not going to see anything different without seeing it in motion. You'll notice, I mean, the screenshots that they sent, what you saw were the environments. You didn't see any of the enemies, and it was like to me, the environments in the original footage looked fine. It was the enemies that looked like shit. So, have you guys already talked about the latest state of play? No, because there wasn't really much to talk about. You guys have got to get it through your heads that you're not going to see big oh my gosh reveals on state of plays. That's not what state of plays are for. And so every time you go into one of those and you're all tossing your rumors up on Twitter, I think this is what's going to be on the state of play. They're going to show, the new Hideo Kojima game or whatever. No, they're not. They're not. They're not going to show anything that's major or anything that hasn't already been announced previously. The biggest reveals you're going to get are stuff like the Final Fantasy VII DLC. That's it. That's not what they're for. So y'all need to temper your expectations because it's funny to sit back and watch everybody get pissed about state of play. It is. It's funny. I go into a state of play knowing that there's not going to be a single thing on there that I either don't already know about or is not going to blow my mind because I've already seen previous footage of it. 7th, I want to like VHS tapes, but I hate it when the image flickers with static and I can't hear the audio. I see the nostalgia for it, but I wish the technology aged better. It's tape, man. Tape deteriorates the more you play it. It's just the way it is. I have no nostalgia for VHS. I can remember just a couple of years into owning a VCR, I was telling my friends at school because I had a friend who, I didn't have one at the time, but he had a CD player. And I said, you watch, one day movies are going to be on discs that size. And everyone was, no, that ain't going to happen. Have you ever seen a laser disc? That's never going to happen, blah, blah, blah. And so I was chomping at the bit waiting for movies to move to disc. I could not wait. And the minute that Magnavox single disc DVD player came out in the States, I ran out and bought one. And I never looked back. I still have a VCR out in my garage, and the only reason I keep it is because I have home movies on VHS that I break out and watch every now and again. That for whatever reason, I never bothered with transferring them to digital. I really should before the tapes break or get so deteriorated that there's no point in watching them anymore. But yeah. I look nothing like Joel from The Last of Us. What are you talking about? Let's see here. Thoughts on the upcoming Harry Potter TV series. Didn't even know one was being made. Don't care. Thoughts on possible reboot of Silent Hill. I've been hearing rumors about multiple reboots of Silent Hill, so who knows? Do you think The Last of Us TV series is going to suck? Probably. Silent Hill reboot would be awesome, like kind of like Alan Wake. I agree that gamers love to unrealistically hype everything up. True. Modern day gaming is all hype, big numbers, blah, blah, blah. Game filled with bugs, unfinished for $60. Alice Cyber. Well, that's true. Especially when the tape gets stuck in the video. Oh, that was always the worst. That was always the worst. And there are some movies that were released on VHS that to this day haven't made it onto like even DVD, much less Blu-ray. Who's your favorite action star from the 80s? Probably Schwarzenegger for 80 when it comes to 80s action movies, probably Schwarzenegger. Overall, I think Stallone was a better actor. I just liked the Schwarzenegger action movies more. Speaking of, I actually rewatched a 90s Stallone movie today. Me and Eighth rewatched Judge Dredd. And I don't hate it like other people do. I mean, I love Dredd with Carl Urban, but I love the Stallone one too because the Stallone one has some more. It has more of the outlandish stuff from the comics than the Dredd one did. I mean, in the Carl Urban one, he's fighting drug dealers, okay, but the Stallone movie, he's fighting giant robots and evil genetic clones, and he's fighting cannibalistic cyborgs and all this shit, and it just has this kind of 90s wacky sci-fi action comedy hybrid vibe that doesn't really get made anymore, and that's why I like it. I like it for the same reason that I like Demolition Man, really. It felt like a decent follow-up in a way spiritually to Demolition Man. The least appealing thing in the movie, of course, is Rob Schneider, but he's really not as big of a pain in the ass as people make him out to be. I just like that movie. The only thing I don't like about Stallone's Judge Dredd is, one, he takes his helmet off, which of course that's because of his star power, and two, him trying to force a catchphrase down everyone's throat through the whole movie. You know, I knew they'd say that. I knew they'd do that. You know, that was kind of stupid. But the rest of it I love. Let's see here. Do you think Blu-ray will get a successor? Well, it already has one. 4K Blu-ray. Honestly, I think the next succession after 4K Blu-ray, I think they might try 8K, but 4K Blu-ray ain't really selling all that great on its own. So, they could try 8K, or it may just go all digital. Can PS5 play 4K HDR Blu-ray disc? Yes. I don't own any, but it can play them. What's your favorite Schwarzenegger movie? Oh, Lord. I know most people would say Terminator 2, but I'm going to say the original Conan the Barbarian. And the reason being is I like the writing in it, which... it was, I think both John Milius and Oliver Stone worked on the script for that movie. I liked the writing in it. I love the soundtrack from Basil Polidoris. I love that soundtrack. It's one of my favorite soundtracks of a movie all time. I don't think Basil Polidoris ever surpassed that soundtrack. That's the best one that he ever did. Because later on in the 80s, he did some real stinkers. Like he did the soundtrack for Iron Eagle. That is a movie that has not aged well. I remember liking Iron Eagle when I was a kid. I rewatched it on Amazon Prime like a week or two ago. That movie sucks. But I used to love it when I was a kid. But now I watch it and it's so obvious that they're just blowing up models on a stick when those planes blow up. And I can't unsee it because you can see right where they break from the plane launching a missile to here's a model on a stick that we've put explosives in. Boom. It's so fake. And the acting is so bad. And the story, except for Lou Gossett Jr., who's amazing. And the storyline is so dumb. And I look back on it and I'm like, why did I like this? And usually, most movies that I loved when I was a kid, I still love them just as much today. Goonies, E.T., Making Contact, all those movies from the 80s that I love, most of them I can still enjoy for the same reasons today. But Iron Eagle is not one of them. Damn. Yeah, Amon Desante. Law! I am the law. Court's adjourned. I don't care how cheesy it is. I love that Judge Dredd movie. I love it. What do you think will happen to GameStop in the upcoming years? Eventually, it'll cease to be a brick and mortar store, and it'll be an online store, kind of like ThinkGeek, but with a bunch of game stuff in it, and buying, digital download cards and shit like that. Maybe a way to buy retro games, order retro games, and have them delivered to your house. Seventh, what do you think will happen? I already answered that. Don't you feel 8K is a fad? Well, it hasn't taken on as well as even as 4K. Of course, it's still relatively new. Did you know General MLD? Who? Do you think Gamescom is going to get canceled? Probably. Asante was great in Gotti. Armand Asante is a fantastic actor. But he's never going to live down his performance as Rico in Judge Dredd because of that one scene where where he says to Stallone, you betrayed your family, and Stallone says, you betrayed the law, and Asante goes, law. He's never going to live that down. That line has become a meme in and of itself. He was also in a really weird comedy back in the day that was supposed to be kind of, I don't remember the name of it now, but it was supposed to be like a Mel Brooks style spoof of Basic Instinct type movies. And he played a detective that had no internal monologue. So, you know how you watch some detective movies and you hear the narration and it's supposed to be inside the detective's head, and he's like, I interviewed that person and I got the feeling blah blah blah, and he's not saying it out loud, it's just the thoughts in his head, it's the narration. Well, Armand Asante's character says all of that out loud. That's part of the shtick of his character. He has no internal monologue, and so he's walking around saying this stuff out loud, and people are looking at him like, what the I couldn't find those two movies you recommended from last time. They were kind of like weird science from the 80s. One of them is Making Contact, and I told you it's not available on any streaming platform. The only place you can get it is on Blu-ray. I don't remember what the other one was, but one of them probably would have been My Science Project, which again is not available on any streaming platform. The only place you can get it is on Blu-ray. They're both available for order on Amazon. They're about $18 a piece. If there's ever going to be an 8K Blu-ray format, do you think Sony will lead the development again? I don't know. I don't know. General MLD was a friend of Blackmon. Oh, I'll have to check him out then. So Returnal got delayed till April. Ratchet and Clank's coming out in what, June? 8th is really excited for Returnal, and I mean I've always liked Housemarque as a studio, but the whole procedurally generated levels with roguelike elements thing, that's more of 8th's thing than mine. You know, if it had been a straight third person shooter, I would have liked it more. So we'll have to see. Who is MLD? Who? How did Sony get the jump on Blu-ray anyway? Because they co-developed it, I think, with Toshiba and Philips. What are your predictions for the next PlayStation VR? Well, we already know that it's going to be reduced to one cable hookup. They'll probably be a little bit lighter weight, better resolution, better frame rate, and they'll ditch the Move controllers for a new controller that's probably more along the lines of what is on the Oculus Rift or the Vive. I don't think we'll get full haptic feedback gloves because that'd be just too expensive, but you know, they'll be better than using Move controllers. Fat Gamer is always talking about returning. And then every now and again he actually does it, and then he says or does the wrong thing, and he gets you know, a bunch of shit thrown his way that makes him frustrated, and then he quits again. That's my prediction for how that'll go down. 7th, do you like the mall? I liked the mall. I wouldn't want to go to a mall now, but you know, I used to like going to the mall, but I have less reason to go to the mall now, even if the virus wasn't going on, because the used game store went out of business there. It's not there anymore. And so I don't, you know, there's not really much else that I'd go to shop for at a mall. You know, I don't go to Bed Bath and Beyond. You know, I don't shop for clothes at the mall. I don't go to Hot Topic, or, you know, maybe every now and again I'd walk into a Spencer's Gift just to look at the gag gifts. But, you know, they don't have record stores and stuff in the mall anymore. You know, they don't have the Record Bar. They don't have Tape World. They don't have Camelot Records. None of that stuff's there. None of the stores, except for GameStop, none of the stores that I went to a mall for are in a mall anymore. Why can't you bring fruits or vegetables on a plane? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with allergies of people in the cockpit, or people in the fuselage. I don't know. By the time I get a PS5, they'll be releasing a PS6. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Jacoby Man, $14 Canadian. Thank you, Jacoby Man. I don't know why that's not showing up in my donation bar, but I'll consider that the same as U.S. currency. So that puts us up to $34. Thank you for that, Jacoby Man. Puts us up to $34. Here's the thing, though. When you donate to that instead of donating to Streamlabs, I'm no longer a member of Screenwave. Screenwave would pay you every month no matter how much you did or did not get. Now I'm just straightforward a YouTube partner, so I don't get paid any of it until that reaches $100, and then they'll donate to it, or then they'll pay it to me. So, you know, I'm not going to get that $14 until there's a total of $100 in there. $2 from Enemy TV. That puts us up to $36. Thank you, Enemy. Appreciate it. I don't go to those clothes stores either. Yeah, I order my clothes online. I don't go shopping for clothes because I know what my sizes are. I don't need to try stuff on. Thoughts on Sony releasing its first ever first party exclusive for the Series X? And will this mark the beginning of the end? you're talking about MLB The Show. MLB The Show is a unique thing because Sony was going to lose the license from MLB to make MLB The Show. And MLB basically told Sony, we will allow you to continue to have the license, but you're not going to be allowed to have it exclusive anymore. We want to be making more money off of it. We want it to be like Madden. We want it to be on multiple platforms. And so Sony had no choice but to release it on multiple platforms or lose it entirely, which, because that studio that makes MLB, that's the only thing they work on, that would cause a whole bunch of people losing their jobs. So Sony had no choice. That doesn't mean that you're going to see, games from Naughty Dog and all these other studios showing up on Microsoft's platform. No. Did you know they're making a Training Day prequel? A movie I won't watch. In general, the TSA has no problem with passengers packing fresh or frozen fruit and vegetables in a carry-on. As long as the items are in a solid form, as in case of apples or baby carrots, they don't have any restrictions. How hard were you guys hit by the Texas storm? We lost power, not as long as some other people did, and we lost water for several days. The internet was down. I was unable to work for 4 days, so I had to that had to come out of my sick pay, which sucks, but it is what it is. Joey Styles versus Jim Ross. Jim Ross. They should not even be scalping PS5 during a pandemic. True. Have you ever seen News of the World with Tom Hanks? No. So I don't understand where you were told not for its investment. Remember, customs the authority that will stop that only for health reasons. True. Based on how the Sonic film ended, do you think a third Sonic film will come? Well, I definitely know a second one will. I don't know about a third one, but they're definitely making a second one. Although I think the guy who did the voice of Sonic decided he wasn't going to come back for the second one, so they're going to have to replace him with somebody else. I'd read that somewhere. I don't remember where. You're alive, 7. Thanks for keeping us in the know on Twitter. No problem. Silly question, but how do you deal with phony people that just want to take advantage of others? Simple. I don't deal with them. I don't have any interaction with them. I am a part of a community where they are repeatedly accused of doing that, but it's not true. At least not for the ones that I know. That being the retro community. If you were to believe some folks out there, everyone in the retro community is just out to grift money. And it's not true. At least not for the ones that I personally know. That being said, I haven't met Metal Jesus. I haven't met John Hancock. I don't know those guys. But as far as Wood, 8-Bit Eric, the Game Chasers, it's not true. What's the brand of your TV that you use for PS5 and how much did it cost? I have a 70-inch Vizio. I think I originally paid $1,500 for it. Have you noticed PS5 scalpers are starting to panic now? I didn't buy mine from a scalper, so no, I haven't paid much attention to that. Another $7 from Jacoby Man, which would put us up to what? $43. Eighth is in his room doing 8 things. Oh, by the way, one hour remaining. Yeah, Eric does a lot of just recapping news and stuff, and reviewing indie games and things like that. But he doesn't. He's not a grifter. He's not constantly out there begging for money and whatnot. He gives you options if you want to support his channel, but he doesn't shove it down your throat. And the Game Chasers don't either. Donate if you want. Don't donate if you want. Thoughts on the Yuffie DLC? I don't really care. Don't really care. Don't really care. You know, I enjoyed Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I wasn't, enamored with it like some other people. Man, that was kind of weird. Right at the beginning of the chat, Solid Rev showed up in the chat, donated $20 and hung out for just a few minutes and then left. I mean, I appreciate the $20, but you'd think he'd at least want to get his money's worth for it. I guess I'm not as exciting and compelling for that. He might have been expecting me to talk about something else. What's your opinion on the latest trailer for Kena? Is it something you would play? It's definitely something 8th would play. I would try it, but I don't know. I haven't seen enough of the gameplay to know if it's really for me. But I mean, at only $40 when it comes out, I'll give it a shot either way. What's $40, right? And no, I'm not wearing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt. It's actually a Ghostbusters shirt. Middle-aged genius Phantom Busters. Rev is a busy man. Yes, he is. The Returnal game trailer looks like a cross between Silent Hills and a Soul game. I would say it's more like a mixture of Silent Hills with a Souls game and a bullet hell twin stick shooter, but in behind the back third person style. Rev is riveted by many things, and he's probably doing something tech related for another YouTube video. Who knows? Who knows? You got to remember, Returnal is made by Housemarque, the guys that made Resogun, Super Stardust HD, Nex Machina. Before this game, they were known for doing reimaginings of classic arcade-style games. That and Dead Nation. They made Dead Nation. Hence, you have these boss fights where there's like bullets everywhere. Which Nex Machina was great. If you like twin stick Robotron type Twitch shooters, great game. Resogun was a spiritual successor to Defender. If you ever liked Defender, you'd love Resogun. Dead Nation was Housemarque. I don't know who. I think they made Alienation too. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they did. But mostly they did arcade type stuff like that. Super Stardust HD was kind of like a next generation Asteroids. It was really cool too. It was one of my favorite games on PS3, along with Shatter, which they didn't make, but I loved Shatter. Shatter was a weird game. Shatter was almost like a mixture of Yar's Revenge and Arkanoid in a kind of way. It was really cool. I'm sure 8th will try to plat Returnal. I'm sure he will. Because he loves those, Souls, anything that's got Souls-like elements to it, he loves that stuff. And my beard's getting thick, man. It's getting thick. I told my boss I was in a teleconference with my boss earlier this week. I told him I look like a stunt double for Duck Dynasty. Do you remember the Manila hostage crisis? Vaguely. It's amazing how Housemarque has evolved into something capable of making a game like Returnal. It shows developers under Sony's umbrella thrive. True. I've been playing Raiden 5 for the Switch. What are your thoughts on that game? Well, I mean, I haven't played the whole series, and I certainly haven't played that particular one, but I remember the Raiden games that I have played, I remember liking them. Thoughts on the resurrection of G4 TV and the return of Adam Sessler? Couldn't give a crap. There's no need for G4 TV anymore. Regular people on YouTube took over where they left off. X-Play could come back today, and I'd still be watching reviews from the people that I watch reviews from on YouTube. I don't need G4 anymore. It's cool how Sony builds studios or builds up studios as opposed to a Bethesda type buy. Well, I mean, they have bought out successful studios outright in the past, such as, for example, Sucker Punch and Naughty Dog. Those were established studios before before Sony bought them. However, neither of them, at the time that they were bought, were anywhere near as big as buying ZeniMax, where they weren't even as big as Bethesda on their own or id on their own, really. Because at the time that Naughty Dog was bought, they were known for like Jak and Daxter, and that they were the ones that made the original Crash games. Hi Elder Still. Did you pick up Little Nightmares 2? No, I did not. I've barely even played Little Nightmares 1. It's just not really my kind of thing. $20 from President PlayStation. Oh, that puts us up to $63. That means I'm staying till 10 o'clock tonight. You know what that means? That means you get... Where is it? Here we go. We'll wait for that to go off screen. We're now up to $63. And it's all being super chatted, so I'm not going to get, with the exception of the first $20 donation, I'm not going to get any of it until it hits 100. But I appreciate it. I really do. Here we go. Your time has been extended. Do you think Sony... Thanks, President PlayStation. Appreciate it. 7th Halloween this year. 31 straight days of videos. I don't know if I could do it nowadays. I don't know if I could do it. I mean, I at least made you guys a Halloween-themed rock song this year. I did do that for 7th Halloween. Do you think Sony should make another portable... Somebody already asked me about that. No. Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch were pretty much always exclusive before being bought. That's true. That's true. However, Naughty Dog did make games on other platforms before PS1 and PS2 came around. Naughty Dog made they made a game for the 3DO. It was a Mortal Kombat clone called Way of the Warrior. They made a game called Rings of Power, which was a Western-style RPG for the Sega Genesis. And then they had some games for PC as well. And back in the day. Where do you place sound music in the aspect of video game enjoyment? I think it's very important. Less so sound effects, but definitely the music. That being said, 8th finally got his surround sound speakers for his stereo today. My friend finally sent those over. And so he is finally in full 5-channel surround in his room, and he's just loving it. Sounds really good. Seventh, when Captain America and Winter Soldier comes out, I think you mean Falcon and Winter Soldier. Are you going to wait till the whole series releases, or are you going to watch it? I'll watch it weekly. Thoughts on the latest episode of WandaVision? Okay, so they're teasing the White Vision, which is basically Vision without the soul of Vision in it. So I guess we're going to have some Vision versus Vision action at some point. Can we get an updated money goal for tonight, good sir? I don't know if it'll let me update it live when I'm streaming. I don't really know. Let me see here. There we go. There we go. I fixed it. See, for some reason, my my bar got broke again to where super chats don't show up in it. The only donations that show up in it are the ones that get donated to that Streamlabs link that runs across the top. When you donate to that Streamlabs link, I get all of it, and I get it the very day that you donate it. With YouTube, I only get 70. When you use the super chat, the gray button with the $sign on it, I only get 70% of it. YouTube keeps 30%, and I don't get any of it until at least $100 total is donated in there. I don't get it monthly anymore because I'm not with Screenwave anymore. So ultimately, the best way to donate to me is with the Streamlabs link, because what you're intending me to get, I actually get all of it, and I get it the very night. Whereas there's no telling when I get this, because it all depends on whether $100 gets donated into that account. Seventh, have you ever heard of the fan-made Zelda game, The Missing Link? It looks like it has Zelda N64 graphics features and feels like an old real Zelda game. No, I have not played it. I like the 2D Zeldas better than the 3D ones, so it's probably not something I'd go looking for. I'm a fan of, the original Link's Awakening, Link to the Past, Minish Cap. The 3D ones, not as much. Would you agree that the titles for the MCU Spider-Man films comes off as rather lame? Yes. I also think it's lame that we're now 3 films in, and there's still not even been a single mention of Uncle Ben. Not one. It's like they're just not talking about Uncle Ben. It's all about Aunt May. I think that's a damn shame. But it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. That new song is stuck in my head. I can't stop thinking about it. And I need to be able to get that song recorded so I can stop thinking about it. But I can't, because I can't record it, because I don't have the microphone, I don't have an extra guitar cable, and I don't have studio headphones. And I don't have the money to buy it all right now. Otherwise, I could have that song done in a couple of days and get it out of my head. They could be saving Ben for the Spider-Verse. We'll see. Do you think Tom Holland's Spidey is relying too much on idolizing other heroes? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. They're basically going off of Ultimate Spider-Man. And in Ultimate Spider-Man, Spidey was doing a lot of fanboying for other heroes. So, if you've ever watched the cartoon version of Ultimate Spider-Man, that's pretty much where these movies are coming from. Because that was the version where Spider-Man became an unofficial agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. working for Nick Fury. And so, yeah. It's just, with this, they focus more on Spidey and Tony as opposed to Spidey and Fury. Officials. General MLD is back. Hi. Who? Who? Broke Spider-Man is best Spider-Man. Hopefully the next will help Sony segue the franchise back to the original Spider-Man universe. I don't think that's what they're trying to do. I really don't. I'm curious to see what happens, but yeah, we'll see. Which format do you prefer, movies or TV shows that are spread across seasons? It depends on the story. You know, I think there are some stories that don't warrant stretching it across multiple series or multiple episodes, that are self-contained, that don't need sequels. And then there's stories that I think should have been a series instead of a movie. So, yeah, I don't really have a definitive preference of one over the other. 7th, you are a successful troll. I can't tell if you actually don't know who... Who? People keep bringing whoever that is up an awful lot today. Almost like that's someone important that I should know about. It's really strange. It's like y'all are trying to trigger a deja vu in me or something. Did you like the Witcher Netflix series? I absolutely did. I absolutely did. Looking forward to season 2. The only thing I didn't like about season 1 was the ending, because Geralt was barely involved in the ending. He spent most of it incapacitated in the back of a wagon. You know, so I didn't really agree with that. But it is what it is. Hi, Chris. How's it going, sir? How's it going? Sometimes a movie is best so you get the whole story in one outing, and then there's a potential for sequels if necessary. Yeah. And then there's some movies that just shouldn't have a sequel and shouldn't be turned into a series. Perfect example, E.T. E.T. should not have a sequel, and it should not be turned into a series. However, Gremlins should have a third film. Not a reboot, but a third film. Thought you and 8th were still under the... No. Did anyone ever tell you you look like Mr. Gone from the Max comic book? No, no one has ever told me that. When I shave my head, I've been told that I look like a fat Kerry King from Slayer. Did you ever play Wii Play? Yeah, but I didn't like it all that much. Trey Brotherhood. Who? Sounds kind of cultish to me. I was preferring that they would just make a Gremlins 3 as opposed to rebooting it outright. Kerry King got nothing on you. I've got about 150 pounds on him, I would imagine. Give or take. Hey, 7th, any donations tonight? Yeah, we've had $63. So currently, we're going till 10. 10 o'clock. We got an hour and a half left. 90 minutes. 90 minutes. And again, I appreciate everyone that's donated, but if you have the ability to donate via Streamlabs instead of the gray button with the $sign on it, I would appreciate it if you could, because it'll make it faster to get the money to me, and I get all of it instead of 70% of it. Honestly, me and 8th are looking forward to Kong versus Godzilla versus Kong more than we are the Snyder Cut. This is going to be a long month, especially since on after the weekend after March 31st, I got to drive out and pick up 8th's new puppy. I found him a new puppy, and I got to pick her up at the end of the month. I have to wait another 4 weeks because she's only 4 weeks old, so she's not weaned yet. I got to wait till she's 8 weeks old before I can go pick her up. And then I got to take her straight to the vet and get her shots and pick up all this stuff for her, like her, a little doggy bed and some doggy toys and heartworm pills, heartworm chewies and all that usual shit that you buy for a dog. In general, do you prefer melee combat or guns in video games? Kind of like them both. I maybe like melee a little bit more God of War type stuff, but I like first person shooters too, and I like third person shooters like Uncharted. I tell you. So yeah, I don't have any new action figures or anything to show you guys because I haven't been buying anything. I have been buying nothing, spending money on nothing. Saving my money so that I can try, when I get my annual bonus, to get out from under some of this debt and start getting myself a little bit more stable footing financially, so that I can kind of help 8th get a start on his adulthood here shortly. Well, like I just said earlier, I played Wii Play a little bit back in the day, but it wasn't for me. Were you at any point in your adult life involved in a live concert mosh pit? Yes. I was in a mosh pit at an MXPX show. I was in a mosh pit at the Warp Tour one year. And a bunch of other local shows. Bunch of other local shows. I saw MXPX live in 1996 in a little club in Chattanooga, downtown Chattanooga. And it wasn't a big mosh pit, but there was a mosh pit there. And then, of course, Warp Tour. Went to the one in Atlanta. I think it was Atlanta. And then a bunch of other local shows over the years. Some clubs in Florida and things like that. Yup. Now I wouldn't go near one because I'm not in the shape to be in a mosh pit. Not at all. Not at all. I'd probably get knocked over and trampled to death. That's one thing. When you gain a bunch of weight, when you get fat, it throws your equilibrium off because you're kind of like middle heavy. And so you get knocked a certain way, your gut will shift that direction and it just takes you with it. So it's easy for you to get knocked over. More so than, when I was a thin man. Are you the greatest YouTuber of all time? No. And why is the answer yes, it's not. If I was the greatest YouTuber of all time, I wouldn't be able to have these more open and interactive conversations with y'all because there'd be too many questions just zipping up here from the hundreds of people watching me every night instead of, somewhere between 30 and 60, depending on what I'm talking about that weekend. And then you guys wouldn't have as much fun because I'd only be answering every, 30 or 40th question. Seventh, did you think the old Wii commercials were charming with those Nintendo guys coming to your door? And would you like to play? Yeah, I remember those. They were kind of cool. Guy broke his leg in a mosh pit during an Anthrax set back in 2018 for Slayer's farewell tour. I'm surprised if he was the only one, that being a broken bone. Wasn't exactly an uncommon occurrence in the pit. I got my lip busted open, got a black eye a couple of times. Never a broken bone, though. Never a broken bone. Chris, I'll never be that big. I'm too old for that now. Who is 8th rooting for? Godzilla or Kong? He's like me. He's for Kong. If I had 800 people in here, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Wouldn't know what to do with myself. Yeah, I started to get big back in 2016 when I was getting 30, 40, and 50,000 views for video. And then it all just kind of went away and never came back. It's like YouTube was like, nah, never mind. Kerry King is 8th height. Well, I thought he was at least my height. I guess I'm wrong. I thought he was taller than that. 8th is like 5'6". And I range from 5'8" to 5'9", depending on whether I'm wearing sneakers or boots. Of course, you get shorter as you age because your spine starts to contract. So I may not even be 5'8" anymore. I might be 5'7", but I think I'm still 5'8" because I'm still about 2 inches taller than 8th is, and he's 5'6". Did you like the early 2000s Justice League cartoon? Yeah, it was pretty good. Not bad at all. I didn't like it as much as the Avengers cartoon that came out back in the 2000s, but I liked it. Kerry King is 5'6". Wow, that's surprising. So all I'd have to do is lose a crap ton of weight, and I'd probably pass for him in public. Shave my head. Braid my beard. Get tattoos that go past the elbow. Get me some full sleeves going. I don't know if I'd want to get full sleeves anyway. Because, if there was... I've told you guys before I want to be cremated and I don't even want a visitation. But if I was going to have a visitation, I wouldn't want to be in a suit. And so I'd be laying there in the casket looking like a road map, Nah. They're going to burn me. No visitation, no ceremony, no nothing. They're going to burn me and I'm going to have 8th put me in a Folgers coffee can, and then he can either keep me on the shelf or he can scatter me wherever he wants. Of course, I've told Eighth this joke so many times he's sick of hearing it. I told him that when he got me cremated, that he should mail me to his mom and tell her that it's chili powder so I could tear her ass up one last time. And he's like, "You've said that before, Dad." What is the purpose of this stream? To talk about games and movies and stuff. The Lenny Show. Speaking of Avengers, who do you think will be the major MCU villain in Phase 4? I'm kind of hoping for Doctor Doom, but I'm probably not going to get it. Since they now own the rights to the Fantastic Four, I'd love to see Doctor Doom done right, because it hasn't been done right yet. It's pretty bad when the Roger Corman version of Doctor Doom in the Fantastic Four movie that was never released is a better Doctor Doom than the ones we've gotten in big budget films. Heck yeah, good on you. Thanks for stopping by, The Lenny Show. I appreciate it. In your opinion, who has a more impressive legacy, Green Day or Blink-182? I'm going to go out on a limb and say Blink-182, even though Green Day has done more to bring punk rock music into the mainstream. Blink-182, and more accurately, their drummer, has been very active in keeping the punk scene alive by signing new bands regularly to the record label that he's involved in and contributing to their projects, putting his name on them, Travis, whatever his name is. And so, he's done more to give back to the punk community by keeping new bands coming into the community than Green Day has. I couldn't care less that Green Day's had a show on Broadway and all that crap. They're not doing anything to keep punk still alive. Blink-182 does. Do you play open world games? Yes. Do you prefer a cremation over a burial, if you don't mind me asking? Yes. I play a lot of open world games. I play, the Ass Creed games, and I play a lot of Western style RPGs, JRPGs, etc., etc. I'm more excited for the X-Men reboot. Well, we'll see what that's going to be. Also, what flavor is the juice? What juice? Oh, vape. Just regular menthol. Doesn't have a flavor. It's just menthol. Rumor has it that Kevin Feige wanted... Ah, shit. Oh, damn it. Well, got to use this twice in one night. Your time has been extended. Now I got to stay till 11. So now I've got 2.5 hours to go. It's almost like the 7th cast just started. God damn. Thank you, Smithy. Appreciate it. And thank you for using Streamlabs for the donation. That helps out a lot too. Thank you, sir. Rumor that has it that Kevin Feige wanted Keanu for Doctor Doom. There's been rumors of all sorts of things that Keanu was wanted for. At one point, they were saying they wanted him for Moon Knight. Thoughts on Boogie Nights? Great movie. It's funny as hell. That scene where they decide that they're going to be rock stars and neither of them has a drop of talent in their body, and it attributes Stan Bush's The Touch from the Transformers the movie soundtrack from 1985, when the movie takes place in like the late 70s, early 80s. That was hilarious. Were you ever a fan of the band The Offspring? Not really. There was one or two songs by The Offspring I liked. Sorry for the high and by 7th, and Ultra Steel got to get some Z's. All right, man. See you later, Chris. Surprise, lol. Did you see my message? If you could take one crappy movie from the 80s and rework it into a good movie, what movie would you pick? A crappy movie from the 80s. crappy movie from the 80s. Trying to think of a crappy movie from the 80s. Megaforce. I would reboot Megaforce. Now, Megaforce is not necessarily a crappy movie. It's more of a so bad it's good movie, but still, I think that one, if done in an MCU style, would be a lot of fun. Yes, it's going to be a late night, Jacoby Mans. It's kind of interesting that most of the fan theories I've heard from big channel YouTubers are true and are about 3 to 4 years ahead of the MCU's movies, like White Vision I heard a few years ago. Well, they're probably familiar with the comics. Do you think a game can be too long? Yes. Like, for example, Ass Creed Valhalla. I think it's too long. That's part of the reason why I kind of stopped playing it all of a sudden, because I realized I was kind of getting bored. Thoughts on the 1996 film The Craft? Didn't like it. Ooh, girls were learning witchcraft. It wasn't made for me. Do you have a favorite horror movie director? Right now, it'd probably be James Wan. Brother Natural donated $2.77. Thank you, Brother Natural. Appreciate it. Here, I'll give you a dollar bill. There we go. Or a $7 bill. I have magic powers. All right. Older horror movie, probably John Carpenter. That Garbage Pail Kids movie was pretty crappy. You are not wrong. You're not wrong, but I don't think that would be a good reboot. I just don't think it makes good movie material to begin with. Hi, 7th. How are you? I'm doing all right, Master Millions. I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Ugh. Have you seen Memento? Long time ago. Long time ago. 7th, I accidentally turned on subtitles. I'm going to see if it makes any errors in translating your words. Okay. That's a whole lot of 7s, lol. Alrighty. Oh, 77.77. 77.77%. I don't think that's ever happened before. I've been doing the 7th cast for a long time. Look at that. That's funny. I should take it. I'm gonna print screen that. Here, look. Print screen. Now I'm gonna put it in Paint. Save it. File. Save as. Desktop. Memes. 7777.png. Saved. There. Remember that one song that was in the Garbage Pail Kids movie? It just came out of nowhere. The musical number or whatever? Vaguely. Do you remember the Ultra Force comics, cartoon and video game? Not really, no. Any remakes you enjoyed more than the original version? The Thing. Way better than the original. I loved the original Tremors. I didn't like any of the sequels. Well, the second one was okay. But then when it was just like the father from Family Ties with guns, I haven't liked him since. I'm actually Brother Natural, by the way. Okay. Thank you, sir. 7th cast official now. 7th, I would love to see you hit 100,000 subscribers, but it's nice to have less people and have everyone's comment read. Yeah, I know. I'm fine with being, a little cult channel. I don't need to be, like Angry Joe or whatever. I mean, I work a full-time job. I wouldn't have the time to devote to a channel the way he does anyway. Have you played Control? I have it downloaded on my PS5, but I have not played it yet. Do you like The Big Lebowski? I love The Big Lebowski. What do you think of the Rise GameCube games? Some doubling in price. Not good time for collecting for the system. I think it's people where they're starting to get bored. Either they're starting to get bored of Nintendo, or what we're seeing are the people who were in that 14 to 15-year-old range when the GameCube was new, and now they are out there college educated, they have their own jobs, and so instead of wanting to go and collect for NES, which came out before they were, they were either infants at that time or they weren't born yet, they're collecting for what they remember as kids, which is GameCube, and so the prices are going up, and you're going to see that cyclical as the days go on, where people are going to start collecting for the systems that were hot when they were kids, like GameCube, original Xbox, PlayStation 2, as opposed to NES, SNES, Genesis, and all that. And so we'll see what happens. Do you think that free will exists? As we know free will to exist, yes. Someone give 7th a lottery card. It's his lucky day. Did you enjoy GTA Vice City? If so, did you enjoy the music? It had great music in it. I've never been a huge fan of the Grand Theft Auto series just because I tend to go towards more fantastical sci-fi fantasy stuff as opposed to more, which not to say that Grand Theft Auto is realistic, but more real world stuff. It was the song when they broke into that clothes shop and started yeah. Mark at 0. Okay. It really is a gaming renaissance right now. Could we actually see a reignited console war? I don't know about that, because it's starting to not be about consoles. It's starting to steer towards being about the subscription service. And I don't know how much fun having a subscription service war on YouTube would be. Great to see people exploring retro game consoles. Who disliked? Probably that guy I blocked the last time we had a stream. I always get at least one dislike, Lenny. At least always one. Thoughts on My Cousin Vinny? I liked My Cousin Vinny, but even though she won an award for it, I found what's her name's character annoying. But overall, I enjoyed the film. Some people are speculating that White Vision is actually Ultron. Wouldn't surprise me. How was your winter storm? As an Ohioan, I felt that normally in winter. Well, I'm not used to it because I've been living in, Texas and Florida. I mean, we've had worse winters in Tennessee and in North Carolina, but I hadn't had a winter like that in years, and so we weren't prepared for it. 7th, would you ever eat a cake that looks like a video game controller? I would definitely eat a cake that looked like the Super Famicom controller. Well, I wouldn't care what it was shaped like so long as it tasted good. I would eat a cake that was shaped like a big ass with chocolate syrup coming out of the beehole so long as it tasted like a good cake. I don't care what it's shaped like, because by the end of the night it ain't going to look like whatever it was designed to look like anyway. Do you think there was a time when you could have been a channel that hit 1 million subs or more and gotten to that level of an Angry Joe? Potentially, in that too. If I had kept going the way I was going in 2016, I could have potentially made it to like at least 500,000 subscribers. Because my stuff was just kicking like that. Everything that I was making was turned into gold, and then all of a sudden, just off it went. Thoughts on PSVR 2 confirmed with 1Y. I already talked about that earlier. But, you know, me and Eighth are looking forward to it because we liked the first one a lot. How do you like that Pokemon Diamond and Pearl 3DS port? Don't care. I was 21 when Pokemon came out, Smith. I've never been into Pokemon. That was well after my time, sir. I was 21 when Pokemon came out. I just got a message. Hold on a second. Ah, you stupid phone. Work. Work, work, work. Come on, you old... I can ignore that for now. I don't care. Thoughts on Swingers. I didn't like Swingers. That one wasn't for me. As a Canadian, we had 4 winter storms in the last week. Well, some of my coworkers are up in Canada, so I feel for you. 7th, have you played Hollow Knight? Yes, I beat Hollow Knight. I did not plat it, but I did beat it. Final Fantasy VII Remake will be free for PS Plus subscribers next month, but gamers are angry that they can't upgrade it to the PS5 version. Do you think their reaction is justified? Kinda, yeah. If they have a PS5, they should get the PS5 version for free if it's going to be put on PS4 Plus. Here. Favorite films from the 70s, or is that decade overrated? Favorite films from the 70s. Halloween, French Connection, Dirty Harry, The Exorcist, just to name a few. Star Wars, of course, Jaws. You could have rivaled Review Tech USA. You never know. And I've told this story before. I actually Review Tech USA interviewed me once, and then he claimed that that the microphone wasn't recording during the interview, and instead of redoing it, he just gave up. He just dropped it. Said, "Oh well." So yeah. Have you played the Fallout series? If so, what was your favorite game and why? Yeah, I played the first 2 on PC, and I've played 3 and 4 on PS3 and PS4 respectively. I really, really liked Fallout 3, but overall, I think my favorite was probably New Vegas, even though it had a bunch of bugs, just because I liked the story a lot. No, I never read the comic book of Link to the Past. Thoughts on BioShock. First one was great. Second one was so-so. Third one had great gameplay, but I didn't like the story at all. Will you pick up Returnal and Kena? Yes. Did you miss the 2009 YouTube layout, or do you prefer the current YouTube I like the old one better because you could create your own custom look for your entire channel. And I had this really cool custom YouTube layout that a fan made for me. And then they took that ability away and made it to where the only thing you could change was the banner, which sucks. Thoughts on Bill Murray? Tremendous actor. Made some great comedies. Taxi Driver is also a good 70s movie, but I'm not going to sit here and list all of them, man. Favorite style of humor? Slapstick. Taxi Driver is great. Chinatown was a little too slow for me. And I'm not sure that I've ever watched Dog Day Afternoon. I can't remember. I feel like these companies need to stop making new consoles for money and only when they make a big breakthrough. Think about the jump between all the PlayStations. Now they just plop a new console out every year. Well, not really every year. Lately, it's been, for at least the last 2 gens, about every 7 years. With the exception of the refreshes, which was every, like 3.5 years? Or 3 years? Another thing they took away in YouTube was the ability to post an official response video. So if somebody made a video and you wanted to respond to it, you could make a video, upload it, and then submit it to that guy's channel as a response vid. And if he approved it, a link to your video would appear on his video. And so then by arguing back and forth, you could actually increase your subs and views for each other from his fans following you and your fans following his. And they took all that away. What's more painful, biting your tongue or hitting your toe? Hitting your toe. Sir, did you enjoy the comedy movies of Bud Spencer and Terrence Hill back in the 70s? I only saw a couple of them. You know, as far as Terrence Hill goes, I saw his Trinity movies, and I saw what was in the States called Super Fuzz. Overseas, it was called Super Snooper. And those are the only ones that I ever saw. I just watched Dog Day Afternoon the other day. Excellent movie. Well, I mean, if it's on a streaming platform where I don't have to pay extra money for it, I'll watch it. Just let me know where I can go watch it. 7th, did 8th like Godzilla 1998? Yes, he did. But not as a Godzilla movie. He just liked it as an American monster movie. Is Do the Right Thing a good movie? The Spike Lee one? I don't think I've seen it all the way through. Do you feel 9th gen systems should have come out later this year? Yeah, I think they could have delayed it to the summers. I don't really care so much about the SSD storage thing, but to give it a better launch lineup than it had, and that's for both systems. When do you think Nintendo will release the successor to the Switch? When they're good and ready. When they feel like Switch console sales have hit their peak. That's when they'll come out with a new one. What's up, 7th? Are the Uncharted games any good? First 3 are great. 4th one's kind of ass. I mean, it looks pretty and the gameplay is all right, but the story sucks. And the music wasn't done by the original guy, so the music sucked. Thoughts on John Candy? I love John Candy. His last couple of movies sucked, but I mean, when you're talking about Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and especially Uncle Buck. Uncle Buck is one of my favorite movies of all time. I watch it at least twice a year. You know? And plus, it's like the older I get, the more like Uncle Buck I become. I'm slowly morphing into Uncle Buck. Pretty soon I'll be driving around in an old jalopy like a 1970s Chevy Nova or some crap. Thoughts on The Breakfast Club? I never was a big fan of The Breakfast Club because it wasn't a movie that came out where I was the appropriate age at the time to appreciate it. You know, when I first saw The Breakfast Club, I think I was in like middle school or something, and it just didn't resonate with me at all because, you know, I grew up in the South, and so, you know, the social structure in school in the South was totally different than what was exhibited in The Breakfast Club. So I couldn't relate to it at all. Now I can watch it and I kind of appreciate it. But back in the day when it first came out, I was like, yeah. Looks like Dog Day Afternoon is on HBO Max. Well, I'll check it out on HBO Max then. Thoughts on Zelda games porting to Switch rumors are Twilight and Wind Waker. Hopefully, I don't think it'll be a combo. I think you'd probably have to buy them individually, considering Skyward Sword is $60 on its own. Uncharted for the Vita was a decent tech demo, and Lost Legacy was too short. The main thing I didn't like about Uncharted on the Vita is it had too much busy work. You know, you had to collect artifacts, and you had to collect photos. There was too much collecting in it. Otherwise, I liked it. What was that awful movie you mentioned a few weeks back? You referred to it as the most overrated movie ever made and extremely boring, made in the 90s. What was it called? The English Patient. It's the most boring movie I've ever sat through. And I've sat through that Ed Harris movie, not Ed Harris, the guy that played the first guy to play Voldemort. He was in a movie back in the 70s, and I can't remember the name of it. It was called like The Upper Class or something like that. And he played a millionaire who was crazy and thought he was Jesus. That was more interesting than The English Patient was. The English Patient is like a sleeping pill in movie form. It's the most boring thing I've ever sat through. And it seems like it's never going to end when you watch it. Did you like Bayonetta? Yes. You're better than Review Tech. Thank you. Favorite Def Leppard song? Animal. Do you have any hope that and women too? I like women. Really, for the most part, with the exception of Love Bites, I love the entire Hysteria album. I don't like Love Bites though. It's a slow, boring song. Do you have any hope the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League? Yes, I hope it's good. Can anybody in the chat help me find this game where you control monsters that get buffs during time of day, morning, afternoon, and night, and there are spots where you can combine monsters making hybrids? It's not ringing a bell. Do you remember what generation it was from and what kind of monsters are we talking about? Thoughts on Tiger Woods' crash accident? Well, the first thing that came to my mind was that ex-wife of his cut his brake lines. I love Uncle Buck. Such a great character. Love the clown scene. Yeah. Hi, Carol. Doing all right. Henry Cavill getting screwed over by Warner Brothers. Yep. Mario 3D World Browser Fury. Any interest to you? Eventually, I just don't have the money to buy it right now. PS5, worth the buy or not yet? If you have a large PS4 library, it's very worth it because it plays the PS4 games a lot better. Pay It Forward was boring too. Yes, Pay It Forward was boring. Ralph Fiennes. Yes, Ralph Fiennes is the star of The English Patient, and it's a boring-ass movie. Thoughts about When Harry Met Sally? When Harry Met Sally was okay, but, you know, I never have really bought Billy Crystal as a romantic lead, you know? And as far as, like, her and Tom Hanks, obviously I'm not a big fan of romantic comedies anyway, but if I was going to have to pick, as far as movies they've been in, I actually like You've Got Mail more than Sleepless in Seattle, but that's just me. Any advice on how to stop being nice to rude people who don't deserve kindness from others? Well, if you don't want to be nice to them anymore, then just don't have anything to do with them. That way you don't have to feel like an ass for being rude to them either. Just shut them out of your life. Life's too short to surround yourself with assholes. You know what I'm saying? What do you think of Rob Reiner's The Movie Stand By Me? I love that movie. Of course, I'd already read the novel, the novella that it's based on, The Body. So I went into it looking forward to seeing it. But yeah, I like it a lot. Review Tech is almost at 1 million. Yeah, I know. Thoughts on American Beauty? Yeah, that one I didn't care for too much. And now it's extra creepy now that we know more about Spacey. Monster Rancher for the... Oh, you're... Okay. Yeah, you're trying to answer dude's question. Stand By Me is amazing. Better Coming of Age and Breakfast Club. I can't say that you're wrong. I like Hysteria from Hysteria. That's a good song too. I also like some of the songs from their Euphoria album, which was 3 albums after Hysteria. There was a song on there that was called Promises, I think. And the chorus was like, I won't make promises that I can't keep. I won't make promises that I don't mean. I'll even keep the words I tell you in my sleep. I like that song. It's got a cool riff to it, and it sounds like a song that would have been on Hysteria. Because, they had that one album after... It was 2 albums after Hysteria. It was called Slang, and they tried to modernize their sound, and there was only maybe 1 or 2 songs on it that sounded good. Hang on a minute. I have magic powers. Do you think the next Switch will still have Joy-Con drift? As long as all the controllers out there are still using similar technology for their sticks, there's the potential for drift. It's all about how well you take care of your controller and how well you maintain your controller. I have DualShock 4s that have no drift. I have a Switch that has no drift. I have 4 PS5 controllers in my house and none of them have drift. Why? Because I take care of my stuff. That's why. Would you watch a Home Alone sequel with the written? No. That there should not be another one, period. They should just let that die on the vine. Do you think I should pick up an LG OLED? I'm not the right guy to ask about that because, my TV has LED diodes in it that have kind of the little yellow shields have dropped off of them. So some portions of my screen, if there's a lot of white on the image, has a blue tint to it. And I just haven't bothered to buy another one because as long as the image ain't black and white, and as long as the image is clear enough for me, because everything has a slightly different shade for me anyway because I wear these all the time, then I'm not going to be in the market to buy another one, especially not when I'm trying to pay off debts right now. That one's not ringing a bell for me, Clean Frame. Must not have been something that I played. Thoughts on Cory Barlog pushing the date of God of War? I expected it, but maybe a teaser trailer at least. I haven't heard anything about him pushing the date. Seven, do you think there's any Disney remake that's better than its original counterpart? Not that I've seen thus far. Not so far. Have you seen Street Beef's videos on YouTube? No, doesn't sound like something I'd watch. Thoughts on the Rolling Stones? Not one of my more favorite bands. I liked The Who better. Thoughts on David Bowie? Never was a big fan of David Bowie either. Thoughts on Paul White joining the AEW? I was actually kind of shocked because he was a serious company man for a long time. So that one really surprised me. Maybe he just felt that WWE wasn't using him. I don't know. Thoughts on Disney firing Kathleen unless she makes a statement. I hope she there's been rumors floating around about her getting fired for forever now. Until it's confirmed, I'm not paying any attention to it. Does Sony seem lazy to you? No, rushed maybe, but not lazy. Thoughts on Resident Evil 7? I think it's a bit underrated. I know 8th really liked it. He liked the direction that it went. I played it a little bit, not a whole lot. But again, I've told you guys before, survival horror is not really my genre. What do you think about the supposed timeline that says the world should be getting back to normal by December 2021? I'll believe it when I see it. Have you seen Gotham Knights? Yeah, a long time ago. 7th, have you ever been to E3 at all? No. Never been to E3. I've never been to a modern gaming convention. The only gaming conventions I've ever gone to are retro conventions. How you doing after your dog passing away? My dog is getting on up there. It's a weird thing. I'll sometimes think that I see him walking around in the corner of my eye, and then I look and he ain't there. Or I'll think I'll hear him, making the little noises that he made or scratching at the door, and of course he's not there. And of course, I've put $200 down on a new puppy for 8th. I have to pay the other $200 when I go pick it up at the end of March. So he'll have another puppy starting 1st of April, and I'll have him bring puppy in here when we pick it up so you can see the new dog. Resident Evil 6. Resident Evil 6 felt almost like they were trying to do Uncharted to me. Thoughts on Lady Demi, blah, 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 blah. I don't pay much attention to that kind of thing. I see guys acting thirsty over video game characters on Twitter and stuff, and I'm like, what is? Go out and find a real one. I mean, for real. Oh, I love Billy Idol. I like his solo stuff, and I like when he was a member of that punk band back in the '70s, Generation X. I liked him there too. Do you think ghost sightings are real or fake? I think most of them are fake. That being said, I've seen ghosts myself, so I know that there's some truth to it. But I think most of the ones that we hear about are either fake or they mistakenly saw something and attributed it to a ghost. Well, E3 is not like that anymore, Ultra Steel. They opened E3 up to the public a couple of years ago. Do you remember Lois and Clark, and what do you think of the remake? Well, the remake's already out. It's already had an episode. It's not on anything that I can watch because Hulu doesn't have the CW, and it won't show up on Netflix for like a year. So I don't really have a way to watch it now unless I want to buy the whole season in advance on Amazon Prime, and I don't really want to do that because I might buy that and then not like the show. I didn't like Lois and Clark because it was too moonlighting, 80s/90s romantic TV comedy thing. I just didn't care for it that much. What are your thoughts on Control and Concrete Genie? I have both. I've played neither. Thoughts on Ratchet and Clank PS4? Are you excited for Rift Apart? Yes, I'm excited for Rift Apart. I still haven't finished Ratchet and Clank on PS4. I just keep getting distracted by other games. Do you like the Ori games? We have both of them for Xbox. Do you think the Afterlife is boring? No. I don't think the Afterlife is boring at all. I think the ghosts, there's two different kinds of ghosts. There are ghosts that are actual sentient beings, and then there are ghosts that are just like recorded footage of a past tragic event that just plays on forever. So you're seeing the remnants of something that happened. And so that's not an actual sentient spirit. It's just like watching a tape recording of something that, like a home movie, that's on endless repeat. Those are the kind that you just see them constantly walking up the stairs. Or you'll see them constantly, appearing in a doorway and then disappearing. No, I don't believe in Bigfoot. Thoughts on True Romance? Great movie. Some of the dialogue they wouldn't be able to get away with nowadays, though. Seventh, which do you like better, a zoo or an aquarium? Why not have both? Go to Disney World, go to Epcot to the Living Seas, and then go to Animal Kingdom. Thoughts on South Park? I like South Park. I think it keeps itself relevant, whereas some shows should have died a long time ago, like The Simpsons. Whereas South Park is just as good every season, except for that one season where they actually had a continuous storyline. I didn't like that one very much. It was too focused on election and politics stuff. Thoughts on DC planning on rebooting the Superman films again? I think it's a bad idea. Somebody already asked me about that earlier. What do you think of Super Nintendo World? It looks fun. Do you think the one in Florida will be a clone of the one in Japan? That being said, yes, it looks fun. However, I've watched a ride through of the Super Mario Kart ride, and I'm really disappointed in it. Because when they first started talking about their concepts for that ride, they made it sound like it was going to be an updated version of the tech from Test Track. Only you'd be able to control, they claimed you'd be able to have some control of the vehicle. So I was picturing this big epic test track type ride where you were racing against other people on multiple tracks, and you would have like AR to be able to throw blue shells. And what did it end up being? A slow ass kiddie dark ride that simulates speed using the AR goggles. So it did not end up being the ride system they claimed that it was going to have. And so I was extremely disappointed when I sat and watched what kind of ride it actually was. They went cheap on it compared to what they initially announced it was going to be. C.S. Lewis and the Screwtape Letters. I haven't gone through all of that, just bits and pieces, to be honest with you. What age do you think was considered the best times of your life? Teenage years to mid-20s. I don't like Jurassic Park 3, no. The married couple annoys me. The little kid annoys me. It doesn't build on the story at all. I just don't like it. Are you watching or skipping HBO Max Mortal Kombat? I'm going to watch it anyway. I don't care if Johnny Cage is in it or not, because Johnny Cage was never one of my favorite characters to begin with. Thoughts on Hall & Oates? They had some cool songs back in the day. The first one that pops into my mind is the Private Eye song. I think that was a Hall & Oates. What was the peak era of the internet? 2009 era. 2009 to 2013. Thoughts on British comedians? Some are good, some aren't. Just like here. Do you think they'll add Zelda areas to Nintendo World? They should. Seventh, do you think the Captain Marvel film should stay in the 90s? I don't know. I didn't even like the first one, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. Have you tried the show Prodigal Son, like I told you yet? Not yet. Tell me again what streaming service it's available on. You should take a tour of the West Coast, go through Hollywood and the Golden Gate Bridge and all that, and visit Astoria. I don't have the time or the money to do that, enemy. I'd love to do it, but especially in the environment we're in now, it'd be a generally bad idea, even if I did have the money and time off to do it. I thought that blonde chick from Thoughts on Happy Gilmore. Do you like Adam Sandler? Yes. It's one of my favorite Adam Sandler movies. Since you're a collector, will you be getting the Soldier console? No. Because it's not really a Soldier console. It's just a Chinese knockoff that he's putting his name on. They have it on Hulu and Netflix. Prodigal Son. I'll look into it. I'll try to watch an episode of it tonight after all this is over. Wait a minute. Oh, magic powers. That one sounded wet, too. Good God. Will we ever reach that great feel of no violence and everyone having fun like it was in the 80s? Oh, there was plenty of violence in the 80s. You were just a kid and didn't pay attention to any of it. Remember, the 80s was when they had that mass shooting at a McDonald's and a bunch of people were killed at the McDonald's and stuff like that. There was plenty of violence in the 80s. You were just a kid. You didn't pay attention. The KFC console. Would you sleep? No. It's ABC, but they send it to those services. I'll watch it on Netflix. Prodigal Son. Okay. I wish your farts were louder. It would be funnier. Haha. My farts are loud. It's just that my microphone is too far away from my butt. And I'm not going to pick up my microphone and aim it down at my butt, because then, you know what? My microphone would smell like farts. So I'm not going to do that. Are your glasses prescription? Yes. I have light sensitivity problems. I wear these every waking moment of my life. Here, look. See? They're prescription glasses. I've been watching all the sci-fi shows I was too young to get into, finishing up Babylon 5. Babylon 5 had great writing, but its special effects were crap. That's why I never could get into Babylon 5, because I hated the quality of the CG they had in that show. So I always just stuck to the Next Generation. I never watched Babylon 5. Prodigal Son. I'm going to tweet that to 8th real quick so I won't forget to look at it later. Hold on a second. Let me just send 8th the tweet. Messages. Lord 8th. Let's see here. Jeff says we should watch a show on Netflix called Prodigal Son. There. Now I'll remember it because it'll be in my feed. Any tips on how to make any woman chase after a man? Be a man worth chasing. It's as simple as that. Also, this is not true of every woman, but many women crave attention on a exponential level. And so the less attention you give them, the more they will pursue you. Because they also don't like to be told that they can't have something that they want. So try being aloof and see how that does. Not an introvert, but aloof. Your microphone picked up your last fart. I heard it loud and clear. That phone's ruined how people interact. That and the internet to an extent, yeah. How long can you go without those glasses? Maybe 15 minutes at a time. If I leave them off longer than that, I get a headache. I get a bad migraine. Horizon 2 confirmed for this year. There were rumors of them delaying it for next year. Well, good. Thoughts on Wes Anderson? Not for me. Did you like Pacific Rim? Yes. Did you watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Yes. I thought it was pretty good. Wait, 7th. Do you have a girlfriend? Not a steady one, no. Not in a long time. It's just not a priority for me anymore. Nowadays, I'm more friends with benefits oriented, I guess you could say. And even then, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. I don't really give a shit. My last two long-term relationships kind of killed my interest in all that kind of crap. Did you like Metal Gear Solid Remake Twin Snakes? I'd already played through the original, so I didn't really care about it. If we're talking about history, what era and times and events did you find most interesting? Ancient history, particularly in the Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamian Valley. Thoughts on the upcoming Uncharted movie? I just can't picture Tom Holland as Nathan Drake, even a young one. So we'll just have to see. Why are the Oddworld games unpopular? I just don't like that style of play. Just doesn't appeal to me. No, I've never met Schwarzenegger. I have met a number of celebrities, like lots of pro wrestlers, Danny Glover, Gary Busey, Jake Busey, the guy from American Werewolf in London, what's her name that played Marty's mom in Back to the Future, and the chick from Howard the Duck. I've met her. So I've met a lot of celebrities, but Schwarzenegger's never been one of them. Do you think Goodfellas was a better gangster movie than The Godfather? I liked it better. I liked it better. Did you and Eighth watch the live action Monster Hunter film? Yeah, we watched it today, actually. I was kind of surprised. I didn't hate it. In the least, I liked it better than any of the Resident Evil movies they made. Does it include as much of the actual Monster Hunter lore and everything to do some serious world building? No. But it does have all the monsters that are in it are straight out of the game. You know who they are. They look like they're supposed to look. There are characters from the game like the Admiral and the chef cat guy. So I think it could have done with a little bit more world building than it has. But for what it is, we had a fun time with it. We'll probably watch it again. Do different people's personalities interest you? Well, that depends on the person's personality, doesn't it, Lewis? Some people are interesting and some are not. Are you planning on getting Persona Strikers? I want to get it. I just don't have the money to buy it right now. I got PS5 at launch, but it feels like 9th gen consoles will be like this all year with shortages. We'll see. Did you sign a prenuptial during your last two relationships? No, but they didn't get a dime of my money. Neither one of them. And I got full custody of my kid. Have you seen the sequel show to Silence of the Lambs? No, because it's on CBS. Have you met Triple H? No. Did you have any thoughts on the ziggurat? Well, I'm fairly certain that the story of the Tower of Babel was actually about the ziggurat in the city of Eridu. Fairly confident in that. Seventh, I recently watched the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans, and I don't think they hold up. Well, I politely disagree. I think they hold up just fine. Maybe some of the CGI is a little bit aged, but I still find them just as entertaining as they ever were. Seventh, would you say the Fast and the Furious films are in the same campy league as the Bayformer movies? In some respects, especially since they started out about illegal street racing, and then as illegal street racing kept killing more and more people out there on the streets, they've turned into kind of G.I. Joe and cars. So they're a lot different than they were when they started. That's probably because Monster Hunter never really had an in-depth story to begin with. True, but there is some lore in there. What's the best Crash game? It's kind of objective. I would say Crash 3, but who knows? Tonight's donations should cover to buy that next new game. No, they won't, because only a certain percentage of this was donated over the Streamlabs link, and the rest of it was made by Super Chat, and I won't get any of that money until the Super Chat account hits $100 total, at which time YouTube will then cut me a check. Whereas when you donate to Streamlabs, I get it the very night that you donate it. So no, I will not be getting enough money tonight to buy a game. Plus, as I stated earlier, everything that I'm getting tonight, as far as what I actually get tonight, and not whenever that account hits $100, will go towards buying supplies for 8th's new dog at the end of March. How did you achieve full custody of your kid? I thought the justice system always favored mothers in America. It favors the mother if the mother actually tries to fight for custody. But she didn't try. That should tell you everything you need to know. Seventh, do you remember the show Under the Dome? Yes. That was not one of my favorite Stephen King books. Saw new screenshots of Halo Infinite. Looks better, but I still don't have hope for the game. It's all about gameplay, man. Have you ever met anyone that was a member of an occult or secret society? If I did, I didn't know it. How long was your longest live stream? 8 hours. What happened to that ziggurat you mentioned? Was it destroyed? No. With the exception of the top levels, it still exists. You can still go to Iraq and see it yourself. What's left of it. Hi, Stranded J. Do you still believe the PS3 was a better console than Xbox 360? Yes, I do. Raymond, in fact, there are YouTube videos where you can look at the ziggurat of Eridu. That's Eridu. That is the ziggurat that the story of the Tower of Babel comes from. So you can go on YouTube right now, either right now or after my show is over, and look up ziggurat of Eridu, and you can watch people giving a tour of that ziggurat. Everything is still there except for like the top level of it. What was the longest movie you ever watched, and how long was it? Well, I tend to consider the Lord of the Rings movies all one long movie, and that's the way I watch them. And I have the collector's edition, which is 12 hours long, so that'd probably be the longest movie I've ever watched. Have you ever heard of Carl Pilkington? It very vaguely rings a bell. Very vaguely. Thoughts on The Office US? Love that show. Parkour! Atlanta is trying to legalize street racing. That is a huge mistake. There was just people killed out in Houston where it wasn't even street racing. It was just a local car meetup. And some guy in a Camaro decided that he was going to do a flyby of the parking lot. And right as he hit 140 miles an hour, someone who wasn't there for the car meet pulled out of the parking lot into the lane, and he slammed into them and drove their car into a bunch of pedestrians and killed some of them. So legalizing street racing, huge mistake. Huge mistake. There is no word in any language for that woman. Well, I could think of a few, but I'm not going to repeat them here, Jeff. Do you think Xbox Series X will be close to 360 era with good games? We'll see. I mean, they've bought a lot of studios, so we'll just have to see. Do you have a favorite non-fiction book? Depending on what your religious leanings are, the Bible. I like to read a lot of biographies. You know, I've read a biography on Howard Hughes and several other people, several about Walt Disney. I liked Stephen King's book, The Dance Macabre. I liked his book on writing. Those are both nonfiction. 95, 98, 98 SE, ME, 2000, XP, or Windows Vista. Out of all those, I'd take XP. Do you have a favorite? I already answered that. Do you play Outer Worlds? I beat it, but I didn't plat it. If they remade Ghost Rider, who would you want cast as Johnny Blaze, Danny Ketch, and Blackheart? Honestly, I would just leave Johnny Blaze and Blackheart out of it and just do Danny Ketch if I could, but I don't know who I would want in the role. I don't really keep up with like actors that way. Out of all those, Windows 2000 was the most solid and reliable. Yeah, I just liked Windows XP as far as its user interface. Thoughts on the Snyder Cut, 4 hours long. Hopefully Warner Brothers gets a lot of backlash to cancel reboot of Soups. Yeah, I think a lot of that, as far as like whether that happens or not, it's just solely going to depend on how the Snyder Cut does on HBO. What are your thoughts on... I'm not going to fall for that, Raymond. I'm not falling for that. That's strike one, Raymond. Windows XP was just a 2000 code refresh. Yeah. 7th, do you ever see the movie My Dog Skip? Yes, long time ago. I don't like movies that have bad things that happen to dogs in them, so I've only watched it that one time. Same thing with Old Yeller, Marley and Me, etc., etc., etc. Thoughts on the movie Fargo? I liked it. It was fun. Loved the bit with the wood chipper. That's probably my favorite part. Are you getting the next stimulus? As far as I know, if it ever actually happens. Bible versus Quran, which is older? The Bible. Quran wasn't written until about 600 years after the death of Christ. Seventh, hard to think I've been watching you for 10 years. Mind-blowing, isn't it? Top 3 Office U.S. characters. Michael, Jim, and Dwight. Don't even have to think about that. Carl Pilkington is Ricky Gervais' friend. Maybe that's why it rings a bell. I don't know. Seventh, can you do a funny face? Is it not funny enough as it is? I don't really do faces. Not excited for what they want to do with Superman. I don't think it needs a reboot. I just think it needs a sequel. Do you get British? I don't even know what that is. Thoughts on Lost in Translation? I didn't like it. Boring movie. The Quran is basically taking the Old Testament and then making it to where all the significant things that happened in it were the Arabs instead of the Jews. Basically, it is ascribing that when you had the two sons, who was it? Isaac and Ishmael. And in the Bible, it says that Isaac received his father's blessing, and Isaac, his family line eventually led to the Hebrews, the Jews, etc. Ishmael did not get the blessing. Ishmael is where the Arabs was supposed to have descended from, which of course is where the Muslim faith is mostly centered in as far as the Middle East is concerned. So the book of Quran basically switches those, and it was Ishmael that was supposed to have gotten the blessing and not Isaac. And so that everything that every major character who was supposed to have been a Hebrew/Jew in the Old Testament, Quran is basically, oh no, they were Muslim. It'll even tell you that Jesus was a Muslim, even though Islam didn't exist until 600 and some odd years after Christ died. So, it is what it is. It's kind of similar to how the Book of Mormon is just a retelling, really, of a bunch of things from the Bible, but then goes off into this fan fiction about the lost tribe of Judah going to America and Jesus appearing as a ghost and preaching to the Indians and all this crap. "11 years for me. Time flies." Spider-Man, No Way Home. Tom said Toby isn't in it. Don't believe it for a second. Seventh, would you and Eighth ever do a parody commercial for anything? We did a fake commercial for a video game store once. I don't know that I'd call it a parody commercial. How do you feel about the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy? I didn't like any of them. Thoughts on Dead Rising 2? Not a big fan of the Dead Rising series. Thoughts on the Marilyn Manson allegations? I don't doubt any of it. Guy's a creeper. Thoughts on the Leisure Suit Larry series? I can remember playing the original on PC, but I think that's the only one I've spent any actual serious time with. How do you feel about GameFly? The only thing I use GameFly for is finding deals on used games. I don't rent from it. I just buy used games from it. Do you get British humor? My favorite sitcom is Red Dwarf, if that tells you anything. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Dead Alive, Tekken, or King of Fighters. As far as the game, I like Mortal Kombat best out of all of those. 7th, do you think people are unfair to Jared Leto's Joker? I mean, the guy only had 20 minutes of screen time. Yeah, but the 20 minutes that he did get were not good. If that was the performance that any scenes that were cut out was going to have, would it help things? Is a 10-pound bag of shit better than a 5-pound bag? You get what I'm saying? When did you go bald? I didn't go bald. I shaved my head. Look, see, there's still hair under there. See it? See it? I just shave it off because it's easier that way. And the reason that it started was I used to have long hair like my son. I had the hair down past my shoulders, and I moved to Florida. And I got down there to Florida in that humid Florida weather, and my hair was always sticking to the back of my neck because I would sweat from all that heat. And so my hair was always clinging to the back of my neck, and it got to the point where I was just fed up with it. So I went to the Walmart and bought me a pair of electric hair clippers, and I just cut all my hair off. And when I cut all of it off, I figured, well, why stop here? And I got a razor, and I just shaved it all the way down to the skin, and I felt so much better. And I've been doing it ever since. Which movie franchise do you prefer, Hot Shots or The Naked Gun? Well, Naked Gun, we got more movies. I'd have to say, for the most part, Naked Gun. Thoughts on the Atelier series? Have you played Riser? No. I've played a couple of the Ateliers. They're not really for me. Did you ever watch Kingpin in 1996? Yeah, I really liked it. It's a funny movie. I love Randy Quaid in that movie. I love where he's stuck in the back of the car, and he's just frozen like that in the back of the car because he's in shock. Do you have faith Sam Raimi with Doctor Strange? I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a really good... if there was going to be any other Marvel character that Sam Raimi would direct for, Doctor Strange is a good pick. 7th, watched your Drive Club review the other day. Hilarious. Thank you. How long can you grow out your hair? I don't know. I haven't tried it in a long time. I haven't gone bald, but the hair on the top of my head takes longer to grow in than the hair on the sides. It still grows in, but it grows in very slowly compared to the other. So it's like what I have to do if I want to grow my hair back out is I have to keep shaving around the sides to give the hair on top time to catch up to the hair on the sides. It eventually grows in, but it takes a long time. And so I just don't bother with it. It's not worth it to me. It's easier just to keep it shaved off. Torah versus the Bible. Well, it's basically just the Torah plus the New Testament. I don't really know. Thoughts on the remake of Final Fantasy Chronicles if you've played it? I haven't played it. Catholicism versus Christianity, what's the difference? Well, you're really talking about Catholicism versus Protestantism. And the big difference is there is Protestantism doesn't have confession to a priest, doesn't have, which of course the Catholic Church doesn't really either anymore, but doesn't have plenary indulgence, doesn't have veneration of Mary, doesn't have veneration of the saints, doesn't have the rosary, doesn't have Lent, etc., etc., etc. Do you appreciate cinematography in movies? Yes, I do. 7th, do you think the 90s suck? No, I don't. What do you think Alfred Molina will look like for the new Spider-Man? Old. If Tommy Wiseau offered you a 6-figure job in IT, would you take it? Sure, why not? As long as I knew that it was going to last longer than a year. Uh-oh, my tank's getting low. My tank's getting low. Thoughts on National Lampoons? Which one? Which one? Or are you talking about the magazine? Because I didn't read it. I wasn't old enough. Did you know the largest group of Christians are in East Asia, specifically in China, Korea, and Japan? Wouldn't surprise me. Do you like Chevy Chase? I like Chevy Chase from the 70s and 80s. I don't care much for him now. I do really love Vegas Vacation, though. We're going to get some damn bait. You need a bodyguard? I'd die for you. And that's honestly the only vacation movie I don't like is European Vacation, because it just doesn't feel like any of the other vacation movies. It doesn't have the same feel. I like the first one, I like Christmas Vacation, and I like Vegas Vacation. European Vacation sucks. Tesla or Honda? I don't drive either one. Have you ever heard of Randonautica? No. Favorite liquor? Captain Morgan's Pelican Bay Coconut Rum. Do you think when the pandemic is over that movie theaters will come back a little bit? I would suspect so. I don't think they'll be as big as they were, but I would suspect that at least they'll come back in the sense of the chains like the Alamo Drafthouse, where you can sit down and have a meal while you watch a movie. I think those will do all right. Traditional movie theaters, I'm not as sure. How do you like your women? Female. Preferably younger than 40. Even though I'm 46, I like there to be a 7 or 8 year age gap. Although I have dated older women, but I was in my 20s at the time. I dated a 33-year-old and I dated a 30-year-old, and I was in my early 20s at the time. If you could travel anywhere for free after this pandemic, where would you go? Japan. Do you think nightclubs are worth it? Not so much anymore. Christmas Vacation. Yes, I like that one. Strip clubs or nightclubs? Never been to a strip club. Don't see a reason for it. Been to several nightclubs, but never been into strip clubs. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Going to a strip club is like going to a 5-star restaurant, ordering the best thing on the menu, and then they set it in front of you on the table, but you can't eat it. All you can do is look at it. But if you pay an extra $100, they'll set the steak in your lap. What kind of humor did Chevy Chase have? He was the likable buffoon with a little bit of slapstick thrown in. In your opinion, who is more talented as a director, Tarantino or Robert Rodriguez? Probably Tarantino. Thoughts on Joan of Arc film The Messenger? It was okay. It's not one that I like to watch over and over. Any reasons for traveling to Japan? There's just stuff in Japan I'd like to see. I'd like to see Tokyo Disneyland. I'd like to go shopping in Akibahara. Yeah, I'd like to go to their retro gaming shops, pick up some Famicom games that never made it to the States, and just see all the sights. That's pretty much it. Shadow Deist. I think it classifies as one, yes, but that's just me. I love Captain Morgan, but dark rum. I don't know. I like to take Pelican Bay coconut rum and then pour a little pineapple juice in it. That being said, it's been a long time since I've had any. You want to see this picture of this car crash? Are you talking about the car crash in Houston? I've already seen it. I've seen video of it. I have seen video of it. If you could relocate to any country, where would you live? Probably somewhere like really quiet. Like, a house up in the hills of Norway somewhere or something like that. Yeah. Have you played Man of Medan? No. Do you like Japanese seafood? No. I don't like seafood in general. All natural sugarcane rum is the way to go. Yeah, but I'm type 2 diabetic, so I really shouldn't be drinking sugarcane. But then again, I shouldn't be drinking pineapple juice either, hence why I haven't been having rum lately. 7th, have shields ever been useful to you in video games? Not really. I've always been kind of more of the dodge guy than the shield guy. Why did the console war only explode on YouTube between 2008 to 2010? Why then after that point did the views decline and eventually community collapse into nothing? What was special about that period? Because during that period, it was still up in the air as to whether 360 or PS3 would come out on top. Starting in 2010, the PS3 started burying the 360 in exclusives. The PS3 started selling more than the 360 month per month. And then by the summer of 2013, the PS3 had outsold the 360, and so all those Xbox Republic guys quit YouTube, and that's what killed the console wars. Any recent Twitter meme you like? Nothing springs to mind. 7th, are you able to have any fruit on the keto diet? I don't eat any fruit because it's got sugar in it, and I'm not supposed to have sugar. Hi, Pug Channel. How's it going? How is it going? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Yep. Yep. Caucasian, Latina, East Asian, West Asian, Middle Eastern, or African? Are you asking about my woman preference? Is that what that question is? Or are you asking what I am? Because I think it's pretty obvious that I'm a honky. I'm a Tennessean honky of Scottish descent. My ancestors came over from Scotland in the late 1800s / early 1900s, post-Civil War. Like 30 years after the Civil War. That's when my ancestors came over from Scotland. Hey, 7th, sorry I made you mad a few weeks ago. I don't even remember what. Do you like sushi? No. Had it once, hated it. Thoughts on Sony putting PlayStation exclusives on PC? Don't really care. Told you all it was going to happen eventually. Just out of curiosity, you don't like politics on the channel, but you'll talk about religion. They can both get pretty heated. For the most part, I try to steer away from religion insofar as religious debate about which one is valid and which one is not. But I'm interested in talking about religious history. I thought you might have some other ethnicity mixed in there. Nope. Closest I'll get to that, Celise, is my great grandmother on my mother's side was a Cherokee. That's about it. Have you had your sleep pattern messed up? Sleep all day, up all night. When I was working third shift, sure. Would you like to visit Scotland someday? Absolutely. Thoughts on Inglourious Bastards? Love that movie. Did you like the movie with Chevy Chase, Spies Like Us? Would either of you gentlemen care for a Pepsi? Can you do a Scottish accent? No, not really. The closest I ever came to doing a Scottish accent was when I would impersonate Mike Myers doing a Scottish accent. where he was like, "Welcome to All Things Scottish. If it's not Scottish, it's crap." Sorry, I was just playing with my knife. You have Scottish people with they get frustrated with something. They go, "Ah, ah, ah." At least the Scottish people I know, and I know a few. Ah. Hey, 7th, found out I'm Irish. Wow, that is a completely unforeseen and shocking turn of events. Do you like M. Night Shyamalan? Not especially. I like a couple of his movies and that's it. Are you left-handed? No, I'm right-handed. Are you more of an introvert? Oh, I'm extroverted as hell. Do you think it's early to reveal Spider-Man 2 PS5? Probably. Did you ever watch Jerry? No. Have you ever been to Europe? No, never been out of the country. Have you ever done a personality test? Which type are you? I did a personality test for my job, but I can't remember what the classification of it was. It's not like left brain, right brain, type A, type B. It's this like you're a ABXY, blah blah blah. And basically, my personality type was that I was extroverted, that I had an extreme sense of humor, that I had a almost obsessive work ethic, and that loyalty counted to me above pretty much everything else. That's like a sum up of what my personality test revealed. No, I haven't had the vaccine yet. Nobody has it out here. Yes, I found a four-leaf clover in the wild. Do you think Wanda will be the villain for Doctor Strange? I hope not. That's kind of dumb. What was your favorite Al Yankovic song? Good Enough for Now. It was a country song. He's like, "You're sort of everything I ever wanted. You're not perfect, but I love you anyhow. You're the woman that I've always dreamed of. Well, not really, but you're good enough for now." That's my favorite Al Yankovic song. I used to sing that to my wife to annoy the piss out of her. Shocking how I ended up divorced, huh? Can you do any accents? Mostly I can do like old man and redneck and stuff like that. I can't do a whole lot of... I can't do like different nationalities like Jamaican or German or whatever. You know. Mostly it's just, hillbilly, redneck, old man, that kind of thing. Are you INTJ or INTP? I have no idea. I don't remember. I told you that. Do you have Liverpool? Do you like Liverpool and Scousers? Never been there. Hard to say. Do you feel that Joel's southern accent in The Last of Us is fake? I've known people that sound kind of like him. To me, he sounded kind of like Chris Christopherson, the guy that played Whistler in the Blade movies. Are you looking forward to Witcher Season 2? Yes. 7th, what's your favorite George Carlin quote? Oh, wow. If you vote, you have no right to complain. Can you do a Boston? No, I can't do a Boston. Hi, Jacoby, man. Can you do a new? No, I can't do new. I told you I don't. There's only certain things that I can do, and most of them are redneck because I'm from the South. And I already answered if I'm left-handed. I said no, I'm right-handed. Any games caught your eye that are new? Not right now, no. I mean, I want to play Ease 9. Wouldn't mind playing Persona 5 Strikers, but that's about it. Just don't have the money to buy any of that. Who's your favorite Batman? Bruce Wayne. Gotta be more specific, Shadow Deist. Would you rather play Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk? Witcher 3. What was your favorite cola drink next to Pepsi? Well, I'm from the South. I really liked RC, Royal Crown. Royal Crown, RC Cola and a moon pie was like a traditional snack in Chattanooga where I grew up. You go to a gas station, you buy you a moon pie and an RC Cola. 7th, I'm heading out. See ya. I doubt Pedro Pascal will be able to pull a convincing Southern drawl. We'll see. Atlanta, Georgia accent, can you do? The white Atlanta, Georgia accent pretty much sounds exactly like Jeff Foxworthy. That being said, I cannot do Jeff Foxworthy. How do you feel about an African-American Batman? If it was someone that took over for Bruce Wayne, wouldn't have a problem with it. It was just like the next guy to take on the mantle or whatever. In your opinion, do you think this country is trending up or down? It's going down in flames. 7th, would you say Keanu Reeves is popular right now due to John Wick movies, or was there something else that spiked his fame? It was mostly John Wick, but aside from that, he's just like one of the very few legitimate nice guys in Hollywood, apparently. Would you eat anything that the angry grandpa cooked? I've seen some things that he cooked that I thought, yeah, I've had that. It's good. What about a Kentucky accent? Well, I dated a girl briefly from Kentucky when I was living in Chattanooga, and her accent wasn't really any different than mine, to be honest. Not that I could tell, anyway. Would you trade your U.S. citizenship for another country? If so, which country? Well, like I said, that blue skying it, I think I wouldn't mind living up in the hills in Norway. I don't think I'd ever want to live in Japan because that would require me to learn the language. Of course, I'd probably have to, I'd have to learn another language. And, well, no, because, folks in Europe tend to be multilingual, so they'd probably expect me to learn another language, but if all I knew was English, I could probably get by. How many girlfriends have you had so far? Well, that boils down really to semantics, Celise, because it would depend on how many I actually considered a girlfriend versus how many I just slept with. Not trying to be an ass, but, there was a long period in Florida where I was in my early 20s where I was basically just a big man whore. So, I soiled a lot of wild oat in Florida. Speaking of Batman, Twilight guy might be a great Bruce Wayne. Well, we'll see. You'd probably have to marry to a Japanese to live in Japan anyway. They don't allow them to immigrate. Do you watch Brave Wilderness? No. Yes, I've heard about Michael Keaton. I was at one point what, internet kids nowadays would refer to as a Chad. Now I'm just old. I'm just old, man. I am 46 years old. I was 35 when I started on YouTube. Any idea how synchronization, aka how some of our thoughts come to fruition. Synchronicity. No, I don't really have any theories on how that happens. Which that's basically like, you know, you watch a movie about a guy that witnesses a car crash, and then 2 days later you witness a car crash. Synchronicity. There's no real explanation for it. It just happens. Yes, I liked Braveheart. Incredibly historically inaccurate, but as a movie, I like it. Do you like Canada? Never been there. As I said earlier, I've never been out of the country. Have you played the new Ghouls and Ghosts? Doesn't look any good to me. I hate the art style, I hate the animation style, and I've had a lot of people complain about lag compared to the original games. Did you like the film White Zombie? Not sure I ever watched that one. No, I didn't like Batman Beyond. When's your birthday? Why would I tell you that? You trying to dox me? Do you believe that Texas Chainsaw Massacre Next Generation was Matthew McConaughey's best movie? No, I do not. I think, honestly, my favorite movie of his was the one, Reign of Fire, where he was fighting dragons. Because he just plays like this really hard-edged badass. Are you skeptical of the vaccine or for the virus? I'm skeptical of the one that's the all-in-one shot one, because they've come out and straight up said it only has a 66% success rate. Favorite exclusive game from last generation. Probably Uncharted 2. Have you had a dream like Inception where you're inside 4 dreams? No. I'm from Canada. It's nice up here. If you like the snow. I have several friends in Canada because my company has offices up in Canada, so I interact with them on a regular basis. I constantly joke at them that everything I know about Canada I learned from the movie Strange Brew, so I talk to them in Strange Brew constantly. So, they'll ask me to do something, and I'll be like, take off, you hoser. It pisses them off to no end, but they know I'm just doing it in fun. They don't take offense. I am your father, Luke. Give into the dark side of the Force, you knob. What's this all about? I tried to watch the Tom and Jerry movie. I made it 20 minutes into it and hated it and turned it off. 7th, growing up as a teenager, what was your favorite shoe brand? Airwalk. Loved Airwalks. Because when I was like in middle school up through high school, that whole skater culture was a big thing. And so everyone in the circles that I mostly... I was mostly a loner, really, in high school. I wasn't like the kid that sat by himself in the table kind of loner. I was a loner in that I had friends in every clique, but I wasn't considered a member of any of them, short of maybe the skater group. And so, we all wore Airwalks. 7, thoughts on ray tracing in games. I don't really pay much attention to it. I'm too busy playing the game to stop and stare at myself in a window. Do you remember dreams or forget them? It depends on the dream. Oh, by the way, I get to use this again. Remaining. Braveheart or 300, which is better? I like Braveheart better. I love 300, but I like Braveheart better. Aside from video games and movies, do you have other hobbies? Music. I make my own music. What's your favorite fictional weapon? Lightsaber. Duh. Although I do really like the glaive from Krull. I'd love to have a glaive from Krull and just mount it on the wall. No wonder Wonder Woman decided to feature one. Warner Brothers decided to feature Wonder Woman 84 and Tom and Jerry on HBO Max. It probably would have flopped in the theaters. You're not wrong. Tom and Jerry is horse shit. I'm in complete agreement with Chris Struckman on that one. It's like the Smurfs, but worse. Best console exclusive on PS4. Probably Ghost of Tsushima. Are you looking forward to Resident Evil 8? 8th is looking more towards that than me because I'm not big on survival horror. Shut up, Ultra Steel. I've heard you're looking around for a Don't remind anybody. I've heard you're looking around for a studio headphone. Which one are you considering at the moment? Just like $50 or less on a halfway decent pair of Sonys. Nothing like super nice. Just something that I can plug into my little audio interface just to be able to hear my own guitar playing while I'm recording it on my studio software. No, Jacoby, don't think about it. I'm tired. Don't think about it. Is 8th looking forward to Back for Blood? He's expressed some interest in it, but I don't know that he's like actively looking forward to it. Rumors of a Sly remake coming to PS5. Hopefully I missed that franchise. I haven't heard any. The fourth one didn't do worth a damn sales-wise. That's probably why we're not really seeing anything concrete about that. Would you stay another hour if you may? Well, I'd have to because that's my rule. I'm just saying, please don't because I'm tired. Do you feel we need an Evil Within 3? Well, again, not a fan of survival horror, so I don't care if they do one or not, but I know fans of the series would want a third one. 7th, back in school, did you ever go to summer camp? Hell no. My parents couldn't afford summer camp. I spent my summers riding BMX and playing Nintendo with my friends. I wouldn't have wanted to go to summer camp anyway. You know, if we wanted to go swimming, we went down to the lake, or we had our parents drive us down to the community pool at Harrison Bay Park. There wasn't anything that summer camp could offer us that we couldn't get amongst ourselves. No, don't do it. I'm tired. I'm happy with ending it at 11. I really am. No, I was never a Boy Scout. I'm serious. I'm tired. I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. It was one of those things, man, where, I just woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep. And the thing of it was, I stayed up till 2 in the morning watching movies. So I got 4 hours of sleep, woke up at 6, and I'm like, what the hell? And I closed my eyes, and I'm like, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Wah, wah, wah. Oh. Keep my picture of my buddy JD over here where I can look at it. This was my favorite. I showed this last time, but this was my favorite dog ever. My buddy JD. This is the one that I talk about how he could talk and he was really smart and he could figure things out and, including like usage of tools. Like, for example, using chairs that were on wheels to get to places he wanted to go that he couldn't reach. Yeah, this is him. That's my buddy. I had him from age 17 until around 2000. Haha, 1 cent short. Nice. 1 cent. Thank you, Brother Natural. $0.01 short. Saved by the cent. Appreciate it, Brother Natural. Thoughts on Twitter and its new super follow super tweet features. No one's going to pay to follow secret tweets of mine. Come on. Do you ever feel like something is off about your awareness and your life feels like a movie? Nope. I'm always fully aware of what's going on around me. Sometimes I wish less so, but it is what it is. Farpoint is PS Plus game, fun PSVR game. Cool. I already own the physical copy, though. So it does me nothing. It does me nothing. I'll tell you what'll never happen again is that night where I got like $470 something in donations because those two guys kept trying to out donate each other. That'll never happen again. Helped out a lot. I bought a lot of equipment with that money. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, magic powers. But we love you. No, JD stood for Lord Jose of Dingleberry. I wanted to pick a name where if I told one of my friends about it, they wouldn't say, hey, that's what I named my dog. And plus, you know, I had watched plenty of those dog shows on USA Network, and those dogs that were competing always had these long, ridiculous names, and so I wanted to kind of make fun of that. So when we got him registered, I named him Lord Jose of Dingleberry, and we just started calling him JD. I mean, he was a Chihuahua, so, you know, Jose fit. His ancestors were from Mexico. And we just called him JD. Yeah, I liked Fallout 4. I didn't like all the like village building and all that crap, but you know, I like the story and the gameplay. How much did you make that night? $473. It was the biggest donation night I ever had. I also gave you and Nate the Christmas present donation last year. Yes, you did. I'm glad that you don't, Celise, because I'm tired. I'm so tired. Oh. I bought this the same day that I bought my firearm. I bought this knife at the sporting goods store for like $15. I like it. Little 3-inch blade. Keep it with me in my pocket in case I need it to cut something open or whatever. In case I need to cut a wire or what have you. We need your entertainment. Yeah, sure you do. I'm not all that entertaining, guys. It amazes me from week to week when I do these to see the same people showing up every weekend to listen to me talk about the same stuff, because y'all forget that you asked it and you ask it again and I give you the same answer. It just blows my mind that years and years and years I've been doing this now and the same folks keep coming back for more. I figured y'all would have got sick of me by now, like a long time ago. Have you ever owned a Victorinox Swiss Army multi-tool? No. I have had a Swiss Army knife back in the day, but I don't own one now. That's not scary at all, Seven. I wasn't trying to be scary. I'm just showing you that I like it. It's just a cool knife. I've got much bigger knives. I used to have a huge knife collection, including like a Rambo survival knife and a recreation of Crocodile Dundee's knife. I had a whole bunch of knives. I even had one that was called World's Smallest Knife, and it was only like this big, and you could open it and close it with tweezers, and it was kept in a little display box. And my dad had bought it for me at a gun show or some crap. I bought the steelbook copy of Sherlock Holmes. Cool. I like that movie. What can I say? We like your southern accent. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. We can't get enough of you, so you better get used to some of them. Lol. This has never happened before, by the way. This has never happened before. This is new. Spared by 1 cent. No, I meant that was kind of scary. I was joking because you said you were... Oh. Can you exaggerate your southern accent? Well, I can tone it down, which was something that I learned when I was getting into tech support, that people seemed to be less likely to take me seriously if I was speaking with a southern accent. And so I learned to lower my southern accent. But then as I moved forward in my career, I started really to give less of a shit about what people thought about my accent, so I stopped trying to mask it. You know what I'm saying? So nowadays I just let the old southern fly. 7th, I rewatched your Blu-ray collection video. Can you please do your impression of the priest from Princess Bride again? I've done that 1,000 times. It's like, marriage is what brings us together today. Marriage, that blessed arrangement, a dream within a dream. Have you the ring? Anyway. I used to crack my mom up with that. She thought it was the funniest thing in the world for me to do that impression. It's one of the few that I can do. Is Zaire still alive on YouTube? As far as I know. Yeah, 77.77 has never happened before either. So we've had 2 firsts tonight. Do you think Joe Exotic will get released early? Possibly. Only because they want to get him on camera more to do another season of his stupidity. We need you back in the console wars, 7th. The bots are making a comeback with dudes like MLD. Who? For the first time ever, you'll be able to say that we are 1 penny short of... Yep. Yep. Unless somebody hates me and screws it up and I end up having to stay another hour. Do you watch Black Bond? Depends on what he's making a video on. A lot of his videos I don't watch. I don't really watch the Weapon Wheel podcast. I've been on the Weapon Wheel podcast, but I don't watch it regularly. I watch it sometimes. Sometimes in the mood. I'll watch it if something happens that I know is going to piss off Kid Smooth, or something that I know is going to piss off Jack Move Johnny. General ML... Who? Is Crap Gamer a traitor to the Xbox community? No, Crap Gamer is a grifter. He goes wherever he thinks he'll make the most money. He never was really... I don't think he really was loyal to Xbox to begin with. I just think he thought that he could make some money doing Xbox videos. Is JTech still around? As far as I know, yeah. Blackbuster Critic talked about coming back, and then he didn't. Have you ever played the Mega Millions or... No, I don't play the lottery. Why have you stopped trolling? I'd love to see a... I don't know, man. I don't know. I've just been really busy with my job the last couple of months. I mean, technically, I haven't posted a video since October. I've just been doing the stream. I haven't posted a legit video since October. My mind has just been focused on real world stuff. That's the downside to becoming an old man, gentlemen. It brings on responsibility. And unfortunately, I have an extreme work ethic. Every day when I'm done with work, I will sit there and think to myself, I could have done more. I didn't do enough. And every now and again, I will convince myself to log back in, even though I'm not getting paid for it, and do more work. It's just the way I am. Has El Presidor lost his marbles? That is to imply that he ever had any to lose. He will tell you himself that he's crazy. I think you might want to start another channel for your regular videos. Your current channel may have been flagged by the algorithm, so you get less exposure than a new channel. I don't care enough about it to bother with that. Blackbuster Critic is likely permanently retired. Best console war troll PlayStation has is probably J-Dub or Porter Rock at this point. Did you ever meet the 5th level, your grandpa? No, both my grandpas were dead. I mean, my grandpa on my dad's side was alive when I was born, but he died not that long after. So I never got to meet him. And my grandpa on my mother's side died in the 60s. I will never get old, 7th. Keep telling yourself that. I am just now 30 years old and I don't feel a day over 15. Okay. 7th, have you ever seen Goof Troop? I saw a couple episodes of it, but by the time Goof Troop came out, I was past the age of caring about, the Disney afternoon shows. Hell, I barely watched DuckTales. I more knew DuckTales from the NES game than the actual show. I watched maybe 5 episodes of it total, and I think I saw the movie once or twice. Seventh, would you ever be interested in doing a documentary on the console wars? That'd be a lot of work. If you're talking about like a documentary about the history of the Xbox Republic versus whatever, that'd be a lot of work, especially considering that most of those guys aren't around anymore. So it'd be very hard to get any kind of like interview footage on camera like General G and all those guys. It'd be very hard. And all of the Xbox guys are gone. What do you think is the best current gen console at this point? Well, I only have the PS5. I don't have a Series X. I don't have the money to buy one, even if they were in stock. I mean, I know Best Buy had the Xbox earlier this week, but again, I don't have $500 to spend on one right now. And even when I get my bonus money, I'm going to be spending that on paying bills off. Will likely spend my if I get the stimulus check, I'll probably be spending it on the same thing too, paying bills off. I need to get it. It's time. I've put it off for too long. I need to be a little bit more responsible this year. How much do you owe in paying bills? Well, I owe 3 more years on my car. And I owe somewhere around 12 grand in credit card debt that I built up. Part of it I built up via a vacation that I charged and never paid it off. And the other half of it was from replacing a bunch of stuff that got damaged by the movers when I moved here. I had to buy a new TV. I had to buy new furniture, etc., etc., etc. So between the vacation and all the stuff I had to replace, it came out to about 12 grand worth of stuff. Do you like Predator 2? I like pieces of Predator 2. Overall, I really only like the first Predator film. Coke or Pepsi? I like cherry Pepsi. That's my favorite. That being said, I have to drink the zero versions of soda now because I can't have sugar. Credit card interest rate depends on, it varies from card to card, but usually over 20% is the average. Yeah, I don't have my parents anymore. I used my stimulus checks to open bank accounts for my niece. That was nice of you. Kudos. I don't have any nieces because I didn't have any brothers or sisters. I ruined my mother's my mother's reproductive organs were ruined giving birth to me. Almost killed her and me. The doctor was drunk. My dad almost killed him. True story. Seventh, I know life is not easy for anyone, but is it possible for any person to live on their own solo for the whole duration of their life after they finish college, university? Like never get married, never have kids, just live on your own? Yeah, it's possible. Who do you think is better, automobile brand, Ford or Chevy? Well, right now I'm driving a Dodge, if that tells you anything. I've had both Ford and Chevy. I had a Ford Probe. I liked it. I had a Chevy Camaro. I liked it. Doctor was drunk. This was in Tennessee. Yes, it was. My mother's OBGYN was on vacation when I decided it was time to make my debut. And so the on-call was at a bar, and he had had a few and didn't say anything to anybody about it. And because of that, my mom arrested on the table, and they had to trach her. And he injured my shoulder pulling me out, and it messed my mom up on the inside where she couldn't have any more kids. And my dad found out about it, and him and his partner found the dude out as he was leaving work one night, and beat the ever-loving crap out of him and told him to leave Chattanooga and never come back. And then so the guy was not originally from Chattanooga. He was from New York, and he was from a rich, affluent family in New York. And they ended up hiring a hitman to take my dad out, but my dad found out about it ahead of time because my dad had a friend who was a hitman for the Southern Mafia, believe it or not, and or a former friend, and that former friend contacted him and said, look, I've heard some things, you need to be on the lookout, blah blah blah. And so my dad called the southern branch of the FBI, and there was a whole shootout at a local hotel. I think it was like across the state line in Georgia somewhere, and dude ended up getting taken out before he could take out my old man, and it was just a great big thing. I only know bits and pieces about it, so I tried researching it, but I couldn't find anything about it online, so. What do you think about Jeeps? Never drove one. Had a friend who owned one once, and he took me for a drive a couple of times in it. It was okay, I guess. What you think about coming back? Who? He was just a cop, man. He was just a cop. I've told that story before. Does the U.S. education system have a comprehensive sex ed class or education plan? There's a huge lack of this in Japan. They had sex ed when I was in high school, but I wouldn't call it comprehensive. Here's what ovaries look like. Here are the fallopian tubes. The man puts his so-and-so in the woman's so-and-so, and then seed fertilizes the egg, and 9 months later you have a baby. That was pretty much it. Where is your pride and joy? You mean 8th? He's in his room doing his thing. Yeah, he comes back. How well do you think you... Who? If only your dad sued the doctor for malpractice, you would have wanted... Probably. What game are you... That's not the way my dad operated. What game are you going to play once you're done with the 7th cast? None. I'm going to finally have dinner, and then I'll probably fall asleep in front of the TV. GTA Online, great content support, but the amount of money grabbing... Yeah. Honestly came back because he feels like Xbox on a roll. Who? What kind of education sounds like a joke? Oh, lol, that in it. The bless your heart hit. Solid Rev versus El Presidor. I don't think El Presidor would come back to a console war. I really don't. 7th, is money just a tool for happiness? I don't know if there's really any amount of money that can make someone truly happy, but also money can buy you things to make life easier. I don't know. Well, you know, I can't really think of anything that I've done in my life that didn't involve either my money or somebody else's money on some level. Like, you know, I could say the happiest moments I had were my childhood trips to Disney World. Well, my dad reloaded a lot of ammunition and sold it to make the money to take me there. So, you know what I'm saying? Dinner or a late night snack? Dinner. I haven't ate today. Thoughts on the doctor that joined a Zoom court hearing for his traffic violation ticket while he was performing? I haven't heard that story. 7th, gotta go. Wish you luck. Later. Whatever happened to Truth Setting You Free? He quit YouTube. It's like he turned his channel into a political channel, and his channel died. So then he decided to go back to gaming, but he had killed his channel by going to politics. And so when he came back, it didn't really take off, and he decided it was too much work for the lack of views that he was getting, and he quit for good, and he's never been back. I've talked to him a couple of times on PlayStation because he's still on my PSN friends list, but that's about it. What happened to the hitman? The FBI got him. Got him in a hotel room in North Georgia. It's my understanding that they killed him. That they got into a firefight and they killed him. I know my dad was there, but I don't know if my dad was one of the ones that shot him. You know, I don't have all the details on it. I heard bits and pieces of it from my dad, and I heard bits and pieces from some of Dad's friends after he had passed away. So, that's all I really know about it. How bad was your Charger accident? Well, I wasn't injured or anything, but it was bad enough that it totaled the car out, which gave me the opportunity to buy the Challenger I'm driving now. Whatever happened to the guys involved in the PC, during the Trey Brotherhood area? Well, some of them are still around, like Icy Rhythms and whatnot, but I never really had a whole lot of interaction with those guys. There was that Dreams guy. He disappeared. America Sounds Hardcore. Is carrying guns in America really that common? Well, I have one sitting right next to me. I'm not going to show it on camera because, YouTube frowns down on that sort of thing, but I have a 9mm sitting next to me right now. Here, I'll pull the clip out so you can see the clip. Let's see here. If I can get it. This one, let me see. Come on now. Oh, I dropped it. There we go. Here's a clip. See the clip? It's a 20-round clip. Can't show it on camera, but I got it sitting right here. 9mm. Clip doesn't have any bullets in it, by the way. I have a case of magazine, not clip. I have a case of mags in my closet. So if I ever needed it, all I'd have to do is go over my closet, pull out a mag, and pop it in, ready to go. Who all was in the Trey Brotherhood? Oh, a bunch of people. Uh, I don't think really that Solid Rev considered himself a full-fledged member of that. Neither did Doomars. Uh, on and off again, there was Hellhound 30X. There was Truth Now 37. There was me, El Presidor, General G. There was a bunch of us. But there was maybe, 7 or 8 main guys. Who's Dream Guy? Dream 308. Dream 308 was a PC guy. Huntmaster Flex started out on PlayStation 3, and then he turned into a PC guy. I'm starting to get arthritis in my hands, and I went to pop the clip out, and my hand clenched up on me, and I dropped the gun onto the desk. But again, it's not loaded. There's nothing in the chamber. The clip's empty. It was basically because one of the things that I do when I buy a new firearm is I loosen up the action. And so, I'll sit there when I'm watching a movie or whatnot, and I'll just to loosen the action on it. It's just something I picked up from my old man. I was born in Vancouver, but moved back to Japan in elementary school and was back and forth ever since. 15 minutes till the 7th cast is over, correct? Yep, we got about 20 minutes. BBC was another PC guy. Yeah, but BBC actually argued for PS3 for a long time. So even though he had PC gaming, he still would argue PS3 over 360. Hellhound 30X. Holy, I haven't heard that name in a while. And then you had some of the more fringe guys like Glock Ninja and those guys. How come you skipped my comments? I mentioned the Charger accident. I told you I wasn't hurt and that the damage was just enough to total the car so that I could get the Challenger I have now. It's not a matter of me skipping. It's that you don't pay attention to what I'm saying, wannabe. Did Dream 308... Huntmaster came back. Dream 308 didn't. There's a story behind why Dream 308 left. And it was because he was on... Black Bond would tell you more about it. He was on a Skype chat with some other people, and one of the people in that chat dropped some very inappropriate content into the chat, and it freaked Dream 308 out so much that he basically killed all of his accounts and disappeared off the web. I don't know if he's still around using another screen name now and lurking in the shadows. I don't know. I just know that after that Skype chat, which I was not on, so I don't know the specifics of what someone on the chat dropped in there, but it was enough to freak Dream out, and he quit out of the entire community and never came back, to my knowledge, unless he's on some other account now, like changed his name or whatever. It says all states in America allow carrying guns. Yes, all 50 states. To get a lot... To open carry, in other words, to be able to just walk around in public with a firearm strapped to your hip, you have to take a class, a firearms safety and marksmanship type of thing. And once you get that certificate, then you can actually carry your gun on your hip everywhere you go. Otherwise, you can purchase a firearm, but you can only keep it in your house or in your car. If you take it out and walk around in public with it and you don't have a license for it, you can get in trouble. BBC's brother Shokyo, yes. Black Bond was not a part of either side. Black Bond trolled both sides equally. I meant the comments after the accident comment. Well, when I scroll up, There's how bad was your Charger accident, and then there's no other comment from you until how come you skipped my comments. So apparently you posted some comments that you didn't think that you posted, or you didn't post ones that you thought that you did, to be more correct. Sorry, I'm freaking tired. That was a violation of his probation at the time, too. I don't have a credit card here, only bank card, blah, blah, blah. Warning, also, Shoke can't keep up with his comments on Twitch. I feel it's because he multitasks. Glad 7th doesn't play games when talking to us. Well, you know, I have the equipment to stream retro games, but hardly any of you show up when I do. Like, you know, I'll get like 10 people in there. Okay, so most gun owners in America keep their guns in cars and homes. I'm learning a lot from these 7thCasts, honestly. Well, it's true. It's, you know, when you're walking around in America, it's not like, you know, you go to the mall and every person, or you go to Walmart and every person you see walking around has like a 45 strapped to their back or strapped to their side. It's not like that. And then, of course, you can get a license to carry concealed, which means that you have a license to carry a gun on you, but you don't. But you can keep it, like, you know, concealed, like, you know, under your jacket or what have you, that you don't have to wear it on a holster where everyone can see it. Those licenses are more involved, though. Now we have 15 minutes left. Remember, I officially start at 6, but sometimes I start a little early. But I still end it at the proper time, and I don't count the early time where I open up just to test to make sure everything's working and whatnot. So we got 15 minutes. I can't watch like I used to, 7th. Sorry, that's okay. That's all right. There's internet life, and then there's life. And life should always take precedent over internet life, is what it is. Seems like it should be safe to be a solo traveler in America again. I'd love to visit some of the national parks. Well, yes and no. Because, you know, there's lots of ways to end a person besides a firearm. A lot of the serial killers in America didn't use firearms. They used knives, strangulation, etc., etc., etc. It is what it is. And then you got people that are just on the sidewalk getting run over by cars because, you know, dumbasses want to see how fast they can blow past a parking lot in their Camaro. I swear. Do you think Returnal will be good? I suspect it will. Housemarque has a pretty good reputation for putting out quality stuff. And I mean, you know, I've had my car over the years up over 100, but not like that. It's been out on the freeway when I was driving on the freeway at, like, you know, 2 a.m. when there was no cars on the freeway, and I'm just trying to get you know, from Tennessee to Florida as quickly as I can. You know, I've had it up over 100, not too incredibly high, not like 140, 150 or whatever, but yeah. But then again, I also took defensive driving courses from my old man. So, you know. I didn't mute you. It just keeps saying that you've retracted your message, wannabe. I mean, it says it right there. Wannabe gamer, message retracted. I'm not retracting your messages. If I was blocking your messages, you'd know it. Oh, what the hell? What do you want? Oh, it's just an email. Just a spam mail. Just a spam mail. Nothing to be concerned about. Here. Get them damn spam mails in my inbox. Da, 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 da. No, it wouldn't be an offensive word filter, because if he had used an offensive word, it would tell me that it was blocking the comment with an option to either let it post through or leave it hidden. And it didn't do that. It just says wannabe gamer message retracted, meaning that he retracted his own message. What was your favorite part of Spaceballs? Probably the diner scene with hello my baby, hello my honey, hello my ragtime gal. That's probably my favorite part. Shokio got a new girlfriend. Yay. What are you more likely to check out? Browser's Fury or Crash 4? Browser's Fury. That being said, I don't have the money to buy either one of them. I don't have the green, don't have the dough. As Uncle Buck would say, gotta make some dough. Have you ever played the romancing? So I played the first one on PS1. That was it. I never played the second one. I had the second one, but I never actually put any time into it, because the first one was just so it was kind of weird and took a while to get into. Have you ever flipped? No, never flipped a four-wheeler. I've been in car accidents, but I've never flipped a four-wheeler. 10-minute warning, folks. 10-minute warning. Wah, 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 wah. Certainly. Nyah, 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 nyah. In my day, we didn't have these fancy schmancy moving pictures. There was only one show in the whole town. It was called Stare at the Sun. We'd go out on the open field and stare at the sun till our eyeballs caught fire. That's the way it was, and we liked it. Who was dumber, Fat Gamer or Gamer Nate? Gamer Nate. Would you ever sleep outside in the freezing cold? No. Because there would be a good chance I wouldn't wake up. Not a good idea. I had no idea. In your opinion, as a true Southern man, do you think Sandy's accent in SpongeBob is real or fake? That was my first exposure to a Texan accent. It's fake. It's fake. How did you feel about Japan studios closing down? Well, only parts of it closed down. And it was the parts that didn't make anything I gave a shit about. So, aside from being generally unhappy about people losing their jobs, I didn't really care. You look tired, sir. You should eat your dinner. Well, I will be, eventually. Sooner or later. Unless some smartass donates a cent. And then I will be honor bound to live true to the multi-year contract that I've had with you people. Do you like Amanda Bond? No. Will we ever see a successor to Skyrim? Well, we'll definitely see another Elder Scrolls. Whether it'll be a successor to Skyrim or not, who can say? Just wanted to say I think you're an awesome YouTuber and I wish you the best. If they do a Missouri Game Con this year, I hope you can attend. I'd like to meet you in person and get an autograph. I don't know if I'd ever make it up to Missouri, John. I appreciate the sentiment. Most of the conventions in fact, all of the conventions I go to are in Texas. Because they're within a 3-hour drive from me. So I go to usually the Retropalooza in Houston, which isn't happening this year, and the Retropalooza in Arlington outside of Dallas. But that'll all depend on what's going on with the virus by the time that one rolls around. Sydney from Final Fantasy 15 has the worst fake Southern accent I've heard some worse ones, trust me. Have you ever watched Prawn in Vietnam? No. Do you think Canada is better country than USA? I don't know. I've never been there. Never been there. Gonna give Monster Hunter a watch after you close up shop for the night. I liked it. I mean, it's not the greatest thing I've ever watched in my life, but I liked it. Like I said, I liked it a lot better than any of the Resident Evil movies. Yes, I've rode a horse before. I would not call myself an adept horse rider, but I have rode one before. I had a relative that had a farm. I snap and pop my neck. Ain't nobody donating $1 because everybody that could donate $1 is either already donated or afraid of me getting mad at them if they donate $1. I ain't going to get mad. I'm just going to be tired. GoFundMe versus PayPal versus Patreon. I have a Patreon, but nobody donates to it. Nobody is a member because I don't make videos regularly enough, and it doesn't have any tiers on it. You know, there are no perks for being a member of my Patreon. You just sign up if you like what I make, and that's it. No, I did not like Red Dead Redemption 2. I did a review of it. I guess you haven't watched it. Can't be that much of a fan, can you want to be, if you haven't even watched the video? Playing Breath of the Wild, first time. Well, you enjoy that. You enjoy that. 4 minutes left, folks. 4 minutes left. Get your questions in. The ceremony is about to begin. You know, there was a guy that used to show up on my 7thCast semi-regularly, and for some reason, he was some guy that lived over in Europe somewhere, and he had convinced himself that I was a secret warlock and that I had magic powers and shit. Like, not fart magic powers, but actual warlock magic powers. I don't know what gave him that idea, but he certainly believed it. And so I would mess with him. Like I'd send him private messages where I was quoting Excalibur, you know, Anal Nathlak, Uth bas bethud doth envy, you know? Did you like Taken? No, not really. Not really my kind of thing. Just out of curiosity, what's for dinner? Probably just a sandwich, and I'll go to bed. I don't feel like making anything else. Heck, I might not even have a sandwich. I might heat me up a bag of popcorn for dinner since it's so late, just to eat something light. Kill the hunger pang so I can fall asleep. Could Microsoft be considered evil? In some ways, absolutely. In some ways. I discovered your channel back in 2013. Well, I posted my review of Red Dead Redemption 2 in 2018. What's up with that? God damn it. Oh, Mr. Popovich. And there's another one. So that puts us at 101. 100. That puts us at $101.99 or something like that. I don't know. I'm too tired to do the math. Damn it. Well, shit. Your time has been extended. I've never seen 50 Shades of Grey. I have seen Nymphomaniac. I was not overly impressed with it. And now I'll have an entire whole additional hour where there will be no more donations. It'll stop at 100. Strap in. Damn it. Yes, enemy, I know. I know, enemy. I know. Did you like The Wolf on Wall Street? Yeah, it was a good movie. Nobody wants you to rest and eat, sir. I know. I know. Y'all don't love me no more. You just want to see me suffer. What are you going to buy with your 100? Supplies? Well, nothing, because a good chunk of it wasn't donated over Streamlabs. So I have to wait until my Super Chat account gets to $100 before I can collect that money. So the other half of it will actually show up in my PayPal tonight, and I'll be able to use that to buy like dog supplies for 8th's new dog at the end of the month. Gonna be a long ride. Wasn't there a guy at one point on the 7thCast accusing you of being... Well, he didn't accuse me of being Satan. He accused me of being a warlock. 7th, I hope you're doing okay, sir. I used to watch you on Twitch. Glad I found you again on YouTube. Cool, Pete. Thank you for coming over. How much money did you ever make with the 7thCast? The most I ever made on a single 7thCast was $473. And it was because there was two guys who were trying to out-donate each other. And I was kind of caught in the middle just watching it in shock. You can make a salad like you did that one... I don't remember ever making a salad live on a stream. You're confusing me with somebody else. I don't eat on the 7thCast. 7th promised to play Mod Nation Racers and Last of Us 2 and Crackdown 3 with the money. No, I didn't. Besides which, I already own all three of those. That being said, I did review Last of Us 2 and I did review Crackdown 3. And I'd already reviewed Mod Nation Racer before the 7thCast even started. Didn't another guy accuse you of being a member of Skulls and Bones? something like that. I've never ate a salad live on the 7thCast. I don't eat on the 7thCast. A possible seventh cook? No, no cooking show. No cooking show. There's nothing that annoys me more than someone during a live stream. I did not make a salad on a live stream in 2018. I don't even, you know, I don't even make a salad. If I have a salad, I just rip off some lettuce, throw it in a bowl, sprinkle some cheese on it, and pour ranch dressing over it and eat it. That's a seventh salad, and I don't even like salad. You're thinking of somebody else. I can't stand when people eat on a live stream, and I would not do it myself unless it was where someone challenged me to like eat a certain kind of candy bar or some stupid shit. But I can't do that now anyway because I'm type 2 and I'm not supposed to have sugar. Tokes alleged that I was in a biker gang because I had a black leather cycle jacket. But I wasn't in a cycle gang. I've never owned a motorcycle. I just like cycle jackets. It was more from, my days in when I was in a punk band. Kind of a Ramones thing, Do you like Italian pizza? Yes, I do. I like Italian pizza. I like New York style pizza. I like Chicago. Never had Detroit style. Another $2. What game are you looking forward to on PS5? The next one I'm looking forward to is Ratchet and Clank. The next one after that would be God of War, probably. Isn't all pizza Italian? Technically speaking, but when you get pizza in actual Italy, it's a lot different than pizza that you'd get, like, in New York or whatever. There's a different style and taste and texture to it. What are your thoughts on those that eat while walking down the street? I'm always just kind of watching them to see if somebody will step in front of them and they splatter their food all over themselves. I wouldn't do that. Even if I go to a theme park and like I walk up to one of those little booths where you can buy like a cinnamon pretzel. If I buy a cinnamon pretzel from them, I'll go over and sit down and eat it. I won't walk around eating it. I just don't like to do that. Isn't Detroit style pizza where they make the pizza and then they pour the sauce on top of the pizza instead of putting the sauce on first? Isn't that like the big thing with Detroit style? It's my understanding that that's the main difference. And that it's served more in a square shape instead of a pie shape. Am I misthinking that? I don't know. Oh my. I might actually have some leftover chicken casserole in the fridge. Maybe. I'm not sure if I do or not. I might just eat that in an hour. Jesus. Da 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 da. Let me look here. Refresh. Reload. Reload. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I don't want to fool with that. Alright. I'll close that too. Don't care about that neither. The sauce is cooked over the cheese. That's what I thought. Have you ever fallen asleep on stream? No, I leave that another dollar. I leave that to next gen 720. I can picture you being Dudley with a motorcycle. Um, thanks. Is report of the week the best thing since Pee Wee Herman? I don't know what report of the week is. My message didn't get through. Arg. Sorry about that, Pete. You must try Detroit pizza. Well, I know Pizza Hut is selling Detroit pizza, but somehow I don't think that'd be the same thing. And by the way, the reason that still says 99.99 is because that bar doesn't work with Super Chats. It only works with Streamlab donations. It only works with Streamlab. As far as what I've earned tonight, what I will actually get tonight, as opposed to having to wait for YouTube to pay me for the rest of it, would be, let's see, 20, 32, 34.77, basically $57. I'll get $57 tonight, and then the other half of it I'll have to wait for YouTube to show up with it. And there's another $2 from Pete. Xbox 360 for life, dough. That's a shame. Now I'm going to have to block you, Pete. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. 7th, does Whataburger serve pizza? No. No, it doesn't serve pizza. It's basically burgers and chicken fingers and chicken sandwiches. That's the extent of it. Your tax refund will arrive shortly. Great. Can't wait for that $119. Hold me back. Oh, getting rid of that additional tax credit from letting those tax credits expired killed me on taxes this year. Used to I'd get over $2,000. This year I got $119. Dang. Dang. Have you tried Domino's? I had Domino's last week actually. Because they had a boil water notice in my town, so all the restaurants were closed except for Domino's. Even Pizza Hut was shut down, but Domino's was still open for whatever reason. And so we wanted pizza, so instead of ordering from like Pizza Hut, we ordered from Domino's instead. What's your favorite pizza topping? Probably pepperoni. Pepperoni. Pete is on fire. Yeah, good Lord, Pete. You've done what? 3, 4, 5, $6. You've donated $6. How do you do taxes when you move out of state? Well, it would be based on what state you were living in for the year that you're filing your taxes for. So, for example, if all year long you lived in Texas and then on January 1st you moved to Arkansas, you would still have to file your taxes as far as Texas goes because for the entire previous year you lived in Texas. Now, if you lived half a year in one state and then moved to another state for the second half of the year, then basically when you're doing your taxes, one of the questions it'll ask you is if you lived in more than one state. And if you say yes, it'll ask you which state, and then you go from there. I don't know why you would ask me that question, but okay. I tell you what, I can't have them anymore because of my health, but One of the things that I like with Domino's was their cinnamon bread with the vanilla icing that you could dip it in. I really liked those. That was a cool dessert. But that being said, can't have it no more. Can't have it no more. No, no. No, no, we do not gnaw on our kitty. Stroke him, love him. Another $2. Pete goes up to 8. My last tip for tonight. I'll be back in 2 weeks, 7th. Okay, Pete. Good night to you too, sir. Pete Popovich from Canada. Oh, Canada, where Pete sends me his cash. Pineapple is best on pizza. I've had Hawaiian style where it's like, barbecue and pineapple on it. It wasn't that bad. I tried it when I was a chef for Pizza Hut back in the early 90s. I like Chicago style and I like New York style. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm apparently very popular up in Canada tonight. But you know who didn't show up in here tonight? My buddies, the Game Chasers. They didn't show up. Every now and again, Billy will show up in here to say hello. Jay never does. But Billy will show up in here every now and again. I've also had the Happy Console Gamer show up in here a couple of times. 8-Bit Eric's shown up a few times. I can deal with not having sugar, but my medicine hates beer. I've never been a beer drinker. It's never, the way beer tastes, you might as well drink it straight from the horse. Now, you see, I've never been a fan of Canadian bacon. To me, Canadian bacon just tastes like ham. I like just regular bacon, crispy bacon. Whatever happened to Nancy? Oh, Titanfall Princess? She still shows up every now and then, just not all that often. Every so often she'll show up, but it's a rare thing nowadays. She used to show up for every stream, and then it just kind of dropped off. No big deal. Nancy and I still talk on Twitter, so. Yeah, Alpha Omega Sin showed up one time. Yeah. Yes, he did. Yet another guy that got burnt out on YouTube and quit. I can't say I blame him. I can't say I blame him at all. I understand. Sir smokes a lot. I understand. Canadian bacon is ham. Yeah, it's just ham. It's just ham. I like bacon. Bacon. Big old pile of crispy bacon. Put it in a sandwich and have a bacon sandwich. Not even a BLT, just the bacon. I used to like fried bologna sandwiches too. Slap a couple of pieces of fried bologna in my frying pan. Make it nice and crispy. Make me a sandwich out of it. A little bit of mustard, a little bit of mayo. Good stuff. Not good for you though. Not good for you at all. And being from the South, especially, being from Tennessee, not a very healthy diet growing up. There's a lot of pork chops and steak and burgers and fried bologna sandwiches and stuff like that. It was not healthy. But then again, when I was younger, I was getting a lot more exercise than I do nowadays. Nowadays, I don't get that much exercise because I'm always sitting at this thing working. But back in the day, I was always on BMX or hiking or playing wiffle ball in the street, playing basketball down at my friend Tom's house. Canada has this weird Hawaiian pizza with like a different sauce. It's still better than Japanese takoyaki or even seafood pizzas with Alfredo sauce. Well, I don't eat seafood anyway. I don't like fish. I don't like crab, shrimp. None of it. I don't eat seafood, period. Just don't like it. Don't like the taste. Don't like the smell. Don't like the texture. Mayo's beyond nasty. Then you wouldn't want to live in the South because there's a lot of stuff with mayo in it. Like, for instance, in the South, potato salad is made mostly with mayo, not mustard. Macaroni salad is made with mayo in the South. Ham sandwiches in the South are mainly just ham with mayonnaise spread over both slices of bread. When I was a kid, my favorite sandwich was a cheese sandwich, and you just took a slice of cheese and then you put mayonnaise and mustard on the bread, and that was the sandwich. That was my sandwich when I was a kid. And then when I got older, I modified it. When I was about 10 or 11, I would put a slice of cheese, mayonnaise and mustard on the bread. Then I'd take 5 of those little hamburger chip pickle slices, and I'd put 5 of those on the cheese, and then I'd take a handful of Ruffles potato chips and smash those down, and then put the piece of bread on top of that and crunch it down. And so then I had like a cheesy, tart, crunchy sandwich. I loved them. Deviled eggs. Yeah, deviled eggs are big in the South. I've had plenty of those. Plenty of those. Absolutely, positively. Grilled cheese or PB&J? Grilled cheese. I was never a PB&J kid. Never liked them. Never liked them. Is that true you were going to stream with Review Tech USA? He mentioned it on his stream. He's never invited me to stream with him. He did interview me once. He interviewed me once, but there was something wrong with his capturing software, so it didn't record any of the audio. And rather than rescheduling it to do it over, he just was like, "Oh well," and so it was never posted. And it was basically interviewing me about console fanboyism on YouTube. It was like an hour-long interview where we talked about console fanboyism and the history of it and the Trade Brotherhood and the Xbox Republic and the N-Dub Nation and all that. We had an hour-long conversation about it, and then after it was done, he sends me a message. Well, damn it, it didn't record any of the audio. Oh well. But no, he's never invited me to be on one of his streams. No, I've never been to an Alex Jones rally. I didn't even know he had rallies. When did he mention this on his stream, Master Millions? It had to have been years ago. The only time I've ever been on anyone else's stream, I was on Titanfall Princess's stream several times, and I've been on a stream with Black Bond a couple of times, and I was on the Weapon Wheel podcast once, but they never invited me back because at the time that it happened, I had a computer problem where my microphone wasn't working, so I had to use the onboard microphone, and I sounded like crap, and I'm assuming that's why they never invited me back. I'm assuming. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't like me. Maybe they just didn't like me. Alex Jones has a 2-pack-a-day accent. You're not wrong. Wait a minute. Oh! That was a felt ripper. I have magic powers. 360 was Xbox Golden Age. Every other effort's been bare minimum. Yeah. Last week he just mentioned it. Well, he hasn't approached me about it, so I don't know what you're talking about. And he, we talk back and forth every now and again on Twitter. So I would think that if he was going to have me on his stream, he would have approached me by now. So maybe you misheard him, because he certainly hasn't said anything to me about it. Need a recommendation for a good PlayStation headset. I'm the wrong guy, because I don't wear a headset when I play on PlayStation. Wrong guy to ask. You might could ask 8th. He headsets a lot. Favorite MTV VJ? I don't remember his name, but it was the guy with the really obnoxiously feathered hair in the 80s that hosted Dial MTV. And he wasn't really my favorite. He's just the only one that I remember because I used to watch Dial MTV when I'd get home from school. Now I gotta look it up because I don't remember his name. Son of a... Who hosted Dial MTV? It was not Carson Daly. That was Total Request Live. Dial MTV was a show, blah, blah, blah. Total Request Live, blah, blah, blah. The show had several different hosts. Adam Curry. That's the one that I remember, I think. Yeah, that was him. Adam Curry. I mean, I also liked Ricky Rackman on the Headbangers Ball. Adam Curry. Carson Daly was the host of Total Request Live, which was kind of like what replaced Dial MTV when Dial MTV ended. But the host of Dial MTV when I was watching it, when I was in middle school and high school, was Adam Curry. Now, y'all paid for me to be on here an extra hour, and the questions are drying up, and the viewers are dropping off. I was up at 30 at one point, and now I'm back down to 24. What's up with that? What's up with that? Who was that nerdy girl VJ that was on MTV, and she only had like, she didn't have a last name. She just had a first name. She wore glasses, and she was kind of a dork. She was kind of funny, but I can't remember her name now. Kennedy, Trinity, something like that. I don't remember, but she was kind of funny, as I recall. I just can't remember her name now. I'm out of questions. That's why I've just been listening. Oh, well. Okay, then. Party pooper. Did you... Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy. She was kind of funny. Did you see Emma... Who? Listening, but also playing the Demon Souls remake. Ah. Aha! Oh. Yeah, Kennedy was kind of funny. She was kind of funny. And then there was some other female VJ that I liked too, but I can't remember what her name was. She wasn't like, hot or anything. She just had like, a kind of a bubbly personality, like girl next door kind of thing going on, but I can't remember her name either. What was your favorite part of Dr. Giggles? I've never actually made it all the way through Dr. Giggles because I thought it was stupid. To me, sitting through Dr. Giggles is kind of like sitting through the Ice Cream Man. Dude, I'm tired for you. Good, send me money. You freaking ginger. Okay, I got one. Will there be another DBTS anytime soon? Well, there's not really anything new for me to play that I think would suck. Not right now, anyway. So, you know, for me to do a DBTS, I got to have a AAA game that sucks. And right now, I don't even have the money to buy games that I want to play, much less a shitty one. I'm setting up an owl saying who soundbite for every time someone mentions ML. Who? Cyberpunk doesn't suck. Well, I mean, it has a lot of glitches, and it's certainly not what they initially said it was going to be. But I mean, I can't lie. I didn't. I enjoyed the time that I spent in it. It just could have been more based on what they said it was initially going to be. But what was there, I had fun playing it. I didn't experience a lot of the glitches other people did. I experienced some of them, but not as much as other folks. You played The Last Rebellion on PS3, right? Doesn't that really suck? Yeah, it's a piece of shit. What movie was better, Ice Cream Man or The Dentist? Well, I haven't seen The Dentist. I've seen Ice Cream Man, and I've seen parts of Dr. Giggles, and that's it. Ice Cream Man was terrible. Pretty sure you owe me money. I'm pretty sure you're wrong. I don't owe you a dime, sir. Not a dime. You were the one that decided to move to California. I had nothing to do with that. That was all you. Or all you and your missus. Don't go blaming that on me. That was expense you brought upon thyself, sir. Should have known that was a bad idea. Virus or no virus. When you got people trying to sell houses in California for $1 million, that'd be considered a shed where I grew up. Come on. 7th needs to donate to his audience's streams. I don't really watch. I know you're joking around, but I don't really watch other streams that much, to be honest with you. I mean, I understand that you guys like what I do, but I don't really understand the entertainment value of it all that much. Every now and again, I'll watch if Billy is live streaming Super Nintendo games, or every now and again, I'll watch Shady J when he's streaming NES games, and that's about it. I just don't really watch live streams that much. I don't watch the Spawn cast, none of that stuff. Certainly, I don't watch the Press Start podcast neither. What was your favorite Nightmare on Elm Street? 3. Well, technically 1. I like 1 and 3, and that's about it. The rest of them are funny, but they're not all that good. They're not scary. I think the first one and the third one are the only ones that had legitimate scares, and even the third one was starting to lean heavily into the comedy side of things. But as far as straightforward horror movie, the first one's the only one worth watching. If you like horror comedy, then 3 is great, and then everything else is just trash. Funny trash, but trash. It's like I can rewatch 1 and 3 over and over and over again. The rest of them, I'll rewatch one of them every 4 or 5 years. Thoughts on Alana Pierce? The name's familiar, but I don't really know who it is. They seriously rent out their garages. Yes, I know. That's why I'm saying you should have been aware of that and not moved there in the first place. I mostly listen to the streams while working on my freelance stuff. No, I did not plant Demon Souls on PS5. I barely played it. I beat the first boss, And then 8th took it to his room, and I never saw it after that. 8th has already platted it. 8th platted it like a week after we got it. It didn't take him long. It took him like 4 or 5 days, and he was done with it. It was quick in and out for him. We're down to the last 30 minutes, folks. 30 minutes. Worked at IGN. Okay. Do you want a cookie? No, I don't watch the 7thCast. Oh. Tall, good-looking Australian woman that used to work for IGN. Don't know her. Don't watch her. Not familiar with her. Not familiar with her. On YouTube nowadays, mostly I watch like retro gaming channels and stuff like historical documentaries and stuff like that. How much donation would it take to extend for another hour? Let me give you a hint. The last time I went past 6 hours in a stream, I made $473 that night because I felt guilty. Trust me, Celise, you don't have the money for it. IGN is a joke. I never watched it for game news and reviews since 20. I couldn't tell you the last time I've been on IGN. It was years ago. Every now and again, IGN might have a video about a movie that gives some details about an upcoming movie, and I'll watch that. But that's about it. Have you seen Leprechaun Return? No. I was never a fan of the Leprechaun series. I thought they were stupid. I still think they're stupid. Mostly my problem right now is not even that I'm tired, because I'm tired all the time anyway. I'm at any given point of the waking day, I could sit down and fall asleep. Anytime. I'm always tired. I'm always worn out. I'm always exhausted. No matter what time of the day it is, I'm dead beat. Right now, mostly what's bothering me is just some pain in my neck from sitting the way I've been sitting for so long. Yes, not IGN movie reviews, but just videos that they make about. They've done videos about movies, and I've watched some of them before. I can remember watching them. And every now and again, IGN will post a trailer for a new game that I didn't know was coming out, and so I'll watch that trailer video. But as far as actually going to the IGN site and reading a review, it's been years. Years. Is there a way to donate without a credit card? Not that I'm aware of. If you had a PayPal account, you could do a direct donation to me. That'd be about it. But it's such a pain in the ass, it wouldn't be worth it. Ghosts and Goblins music stuck in my head for days now, driving me nuts. Thank you for the content. You're welcome, Power of Metal. You're welcome. The one thing that irks me about corporate game review channels like G4 and IGN is they would always hire a hot woman who has no gaming experience over an actual gamer girl just for the view. Well, yeah. What Jason movie was your favorite? 4, the final chapter. That's my favorite. I'll also like 3, but 4 is my favorite. I like 3, 4, 6, and 7. Those are the 4 that I like. I don't really like 1 that much because it's not Jason, it's his mom. I don't really like 2 that much because he just looks like a redneck walking around with a potato sack on his head. So I like the 3rd one, the 4th one. I hate the 5th one because it's not really Jason. I like the 6th one, and I like the 7th one where he goes up against the girl with the psychic powers. I'm not a big fan of the 8th one because it has a stupid movie. He gets flooded with pollution, radioactive whatever, and it turns him back into a dead kid, and it's just a dumb ending. That movie has a stupid ending, especially since they ignore that ending like it didn't happen, and so then you have Jason X where they find him, frozen on the remains of the earth and they revive him and crap. I remember is the Slumber Party Massacre with the Driller Killer. Especially the sequel where he had like an electric guitar with a drill on the end of it. So he'd be cranking out them tunes while he's ripping somebody's guts out with the drill on the end of his guitar. Cracked me up. Stupid as hell, but funny. The Driller Killer. Lord help. No, I don't do crypto. I don't have a crypto account. Sorry, Celise. All I have besides Streamlabs and the Super Chat thing is PayPal. That's it. That is it, kind sir. Don't even have a debit card. Gotta get with the times, boy. Gotta get with the times. Oh, oh, oh. Green Giant. Oh, I can hear my neck crunching when I do that. Oh, God. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. The Raincoat Killer from Early Premonition. I'm not familiar with that one. Remember the Miner from My Bloody Valentine? Holy crap, that was a good movie. I even liked the remake that they did of My Bloody Valentine. Those are just good, fun horror movies. Good, fun slasher flicks. Better monster versus film. Freddy versus Jason, Alien versus Predator, or Kong versus Godzilla. If you're talking the 1960s Kong versus Godzilla, since none of us have seen the new one yet, I'd have to go with Freddy versus Jason, because both the Alien versus Predator movies sucked, and so did the 1960s Kong vs. Godzilla. Freddy vs. Jason didn't give everything that you would hope for, but you know what it was? It was fun. It was a fun movie. So I got to go with Freddy vs. Jason on that one. Plus, they wanted to have Jay from Jay and Silent Bob in it and couldn't get him, so they just dressed up some guy and told him to act like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. So that's why you had that stoner character with the toboggan or whatever. He was supposed to have been Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. That was a fun movie. I like that movie. Didn't live up to the potential, but what you got was good. I played Deadly Premonition a couple of months ago on Switch as well as Deadly Premonition 2. I liked the first one. The sequel was complete crap. Yes, it was. That's why I don't own it, because it was a piece of crap. And the developer has no interest in fixing it. Apparently, he knew that the first Deadly Premonition was crap, and that everyone loved it because it was crap, and so he made the second one extra crap, thinking that would make it better, but it didn't. I totally forgot about My Bloody Valentine. That's a great movie. Canadian horror movie, too. That was a Canadian production. The original one, anyway. Don't know about the remake, but the original was a Canadian production. Yes, indeedy. Man, I watched so many horror movies in the 80s. So many. God, you're still on. Yes, I'm still on because $100 got donated, so I had to stay. That's the rule. Got another 18 minutes. Yes, sir, Mr. Jeff, sir. I knew there was something familiar about that stoner from Freddy vs. Jason. I think, yeah, Jay and Silent Bob have shown up in cameos and all sorts of stuff. They've been in music videos, other movies. Yeah. Yep. Do you like the Starship Troopers movies? I like the first one. All the direct-to-video sequels and animes have been crap, but I like the first one. $100, Jeff. That's the 6-hour mark. If $100 gets donated, I have to stay till midnight. That's just the way it goes. Heathers is technically a horror movie. Kind of, sort of. I would put it more as a comedy thriller than a horror. Beer, beers, beer, beers. Okay. Thank you, Gito's Way. Whatever, son. Whatever. Bum, ba-bum, bum, bum. Loved you in 8th. Got to bail. Sleep. Yeah, get some sleep, Jeff. At least that'll make one of us. Doop-a-doo-doo. What time is it over there, 7th? It is 11:44 p.m. We have 16 minutes left. And there's been about $108, 108, 110, somewhere around in there. Give or take $1. Something like that. 109, 110, something. I'm not sure. Not 100% on that. Did you like Grand Theft Auto 5? No, I'm not a big fan of GTA 5. And I'm not a big fan of Degrassi either, so I wouldn't have known that, Jay. I don't watch that shit. No, I do not. No. Don't watch it. No. I had a yoke. That's a yawn stroke. I had a yoke. Oh my gosh, and you didn't eat dinner yet. What's for dinner? Whatever I can find. Too tired to cook anything. Like I said, I'll probably just nuke some popcorn just to fill my stomach up so I can fall asleep. Why is DVD around? It should be phased out. Because there's still people out there that are cheap and like the $5 bargain bins at Walmart. That's why. What's your favorite type of steak? Prime rib. Torturing yourself, 7th. You ain't wrong. But a deal is a deal. I set these rules down years ago and I follow them. Did you feed 8th yet? 8th fended for himself. 8th has all sorts of stuff he can make for himself. He doesn't need me for that every night. He'll fix himself up a bowl of ramen, or he'll boil himself some spaghetti or whatever. Did you know that fasting creates new brain cells? Well, I certainly don't feel any smarter. Not at the moment, anyway. Ugh. Oh. Man. Alright, I'm tired of the stars. I'm turning them off. Hold on. There we go. I'm tired of the stars. I've seen $5 bargain bin Blu-rays too. Yes, that is correct, sir. Depending on where you go. Depending on, I couldn't tell you the last time I bought a Blu-ray. I think the last one I bought was Making Contact, simply because you couldn't get it on a streaming service anywhere. I paid $18.99 for it. How many people donated to tonight's $100? I don't know, 5 or 6 people, something like that. I had 4 on Streamlabs, and then, a handful of people on Super Chat. So somewhere around in there. It was a group effort. Biggest donation of the night was $22.22, and then the second place behind that was Solid Rev. He hopped into the chat right at the beginning of it, donated $20, and then left. I remember that Ico gameplay live stream. That was long as heck. Yeah, that was 8th playing that, and I was just talking. But it wasn't Ico. It was Shadow of the Colossus. It was the remake of Shadow of the Colossus. It wasn't Ico. That was a couple of years ago. Oh mio mio. Tomorrow seems like such a far off place when you're young. But now it's just a day. I feel sorrow, thinking back on wasted days that I've lost. I threw them all away. I threw them all away. I got Ninja Assassin in a bargain bin. That's a pretty good movie, except for like how much of the weapons are CG. What do you think the next Call of Duty game will be? Bullshit. It'll be bullshit. Thoughts on the late Mexican singer Selena? She's dead. Sorry, no disrespect. I don't listen to pop music, man. Look how much whiter the skin on my neck is than my face. Look at that. Look at that. I have a pink face and I have ghostly white everything else. How does that work? Lord, and I don't go out in the sun, so this isn't like suntan. I just have a different skin tone to my face than I do the rest of me. Look at that. Look at it. Lord help. Look at that. I look like a freaking vampire from the neck down. A hairy vampire. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. How does YouTube Super Chat work? Do YouTubers see emails or credit card numbers of the donors? No. I may borrow my parents' credit. Well, if you're going to borrow a credit card, do the Streamlabs. Don't do the Super Chat, because the Super Chat, I don't get any of it until it reaches $100 in the account, and only then will YouTube send it to me. YouTube doesn't send it once per month like Screenwave did when I was a member of Screenwave. Honestly, one of my favorite horror movies of the 80s was Christine, because 1, it's John Carpenter, 2, it's Stephen King, and 3, it has that John Carpenter soundtrack that's just incredible. That's actually one of the records that I bought 8th for Christmas, was the soundtrack to Christine. It's just so good. Doom, 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 doo, 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 doo. I love that soundtrack. It's very unnerving in a totally different way than his Halloween soundtrack was. In fact, I would say that next to the Halloween soundtrack, his soundtrack for Christine's my favorite one he's done. 7 minutes left. Is Streamlabs secure? Would creators see any personal info like billing address, credit card number, or email address? No, all I get from Streamlabs, I'll just get a little email, and I don't even get it from Streamlabs. I get it from my PayPal account, and it just says notification of payment received, and it gives your name and your email address and how much money it was, but I don't see any account information. I just see whatever your PayPal account's name is, whatever the email address was, and what the dollar amount was, and that's all it shows me. I don't see anything else. And then Streamlabs will also post a little thing in my mini feed here on OBS telling, and all that one will say is like, Solid Rev has donated $20, and that's all it says. So I don't get like your account number or your address or any of that. I just get name, email address, dollar amount. Do you like the movie The Thing? Yes. It's one of my favorite Carpenter movies. I just don't like its soundtrack as well as Halloween or Christine. Have you heard of Proteus? No. Beers again. Okay, Guido's Way. I'm starting to think that you're a bot. I heard Final Fantasy Remake is free on PS Plus. Is it worth picking up? Well, yeah, it's worth anything. Anything's worth trying if it's free. Worth trying. Doesn't mean you'll like it. YouTube is more private then, since Super Chat doesn't show email address either, right? Don't think it does. Don't think it does. It's just like I said, if you donate through Super Chat, there's no telling when I'll actually get it, because that account has to fill up to $100 before they send you anything. Yes, this stream made it to 6 hours because of I hit the $100 donation mark. Dark Star. And you can tell I'm tired because I'm starting to stutter my words a little bit. And I don't have a stutter. Well, not so much a stutter, more of a stammer. I'm stammering my words. A good bug is a dead bug. Want to learn more? What was the worst racing game you've played? That indie game where you're like old people on scooters and stuff. Coffin Dodgers or something like that. That game's terrible. That game is absolutely horrible. The 7th level, a man of his word. I'll remember that. Good. 4 minutes left, folks. 4 minutes. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Best. I don't have a tablet. I've never owned one. Never owned a tablet. Only done laptops. Have you ever played Granny Simulator? No, I have not. Did you used to watch PBS educational programs when you were a kid? Yeah, I watched Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, The Electric Company, The Letter People, 321 Contact, which was all about science. I really liked that one as a kid. It was kind of like Bill Nye before Bill Nye was a thing. Only it was hosted by a bunch of young adult actors instead of a scientist. What phone do you currently have? It's some kind of an Android. I don't really know the model number on it. It's like a Galaxy Light or some kind of crap. It's nothing fancy. See? It's just a plain old phone. It's not even a big one. It's a little one. So, like, for example, here's my personal phone. All right? It's an Android. Just a little one. And then this one is my corporate iPhone. It's like a iPhone 10 or 11 or something, and it's a bigger phone. Big old bulky thing. I have to keep that one by me at all times in case something goes down and they need me to help get it back, working again. Later, enemy. Reading Rainbow. No, I never did watch Reading Rainbow that much. I watched it maybe a couple of times. A butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. They're reading Rainbow. Do you like your corporate iPhone? I like my personal phone. The iPhone's too bulky. We got 1 minute left. We're about to be done with this stuff. 1 minute. 1 minute. And everybody knows it because now we're down to 20 viewers. That's the lowest it's been since we started. Good night, Celise. Nighty night. The seconds are counting down, folks. You sound tired as heck. Well, I'm not exactly like, at the top of my game here. Nope. Nope. Wow, this is the longest minute ever. There it is. Yes, I don't know the theme song to welcome back Cotter, but I know the show. Hope you take care, get something to eat, have a great rest of your night. That being said, it is midnight. So we have had our first 6-hour stream in a while. We hit over $100 in donations. Thank you to everybody who donated. I appreciate it. And I will be back next Saturday. So be thinking of what you want to ask me and come back at that time. Same 7th time. Same 7th channel.